Dear God in heaven, thank you for this day. Thank you for this opportunity to seek you in prayer. Thank you for this opportunity to seek you in your messages on the channel. I pray for your protection. Thank you for your goodness and your mercy. I pray for forgiveness for everything and anything that I have done, knowingly and or unknowingly. And I pray for the wisdom to not continue making the same mistakes again. I pray to evolve in the lessons that you have brought to me to teach me. I pray to master all of my lessons. Thank you for the spirit of forgiveness to forgive me and to forgive others that have trespassed against me. Thank you for your promise that vengeance is yours. You will repay as you are the true judge. Your judgments are the best judgments. Because you know the heart of each and every one of us. You know our intimate details. You know what we have need before we even ask. Yahshua, Yahshua, Jesus, hallelujah, Yahshua. Amen. Okay, so I'm here to do a general reading for the 12 houses. The first house is Aries. Second house, Taurus. Third house, Gemini. Fourth house, Aries. Fifth house, Leo. Sixth house, Virgo. Seventh house, Libra. Eighth house, Scorpio. Ninth house, Sagittarius. 10th house, Capricorn. 11th house, Aquarius. And the 12th house is Pisces. So starting in the first house for Aries. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aries. These readings are energy readings, so the objective is to see the way energy is moving through the house. I am working to familiarize the channel with my process and how I do this, so I may stop and work on certain readings, especially for the purpose to try to explain my process and familiarize you with that. So let's see for Aries, the first house. All right, so for Aries, this position represents the recent past. Second position represents the present, and the third position represents near future energy. So the way the energy is moving in the recent past, and there could be some residual energy from the past. We have the Six of Pentacles, one of my favorite Pentacle cards. It describes, I feel like it describes, first of all, the fact that it's in the suit of Pentacles, but a sense of balance, reciprocity, prayers answered, good Samaritans on your path, charity, having what you need, arriving to you, being presented to you, even when it feels like it's out of thin air. This is the energy that I realize when the Six of Pentacles are on the scene, moving toward the High Priestess. So I feel like there's a heightened intuition. Your gut feelings and your instincts are on key, are on point. And in this High Priestess energy, if there's some uncertainty, I feel like this is the inner guiding light. And then we have the Five of Swords, which is the win at all cost mentality. So I feel like you could have been kind of withdrawn. You could have been more in your head in the recent past. As the Five of Swords takes the stage after a time period of getting mental balance and clarity, and then having a very strong mentality after that time period. Very strong mentality, and that's where the win at all cost ideal comes from in the symbolism. The highlighted area of concern with that is, should you consider, should you have a win at all cost mentality or a choose your battles mentality and or approach. Hey you guys, good day, good morning. And then also there has been a running storyline in the first house and also the second house that some of you guys may be tested without your knowledge. There could be someone testing you. They might have a hunch or a suspicion, something about your character or a way that they predict you will respond when put in a certain situation. And they're hoping to, the data of what they're actually hoping for or what their objective is or what the test might be is actually, I don't have the specifics in that, especially this being a general reading. It did look like there could have been a proposal, for an example, or someone considering you for like a promotion or like I said, a proposal, which could be seen as a promotion, some sort of opportunity they're thinking about putting you in or offering you, but first they want to test you in certain situations. So anyhow, I feel like it line, then we're seeing it on the horizon that test is potentially in the near future, as it's coming up in the third position as described, with the Five of Swords having that win at all cost mentality, and also this process that's described in progression with the Six of Pentacles as it was explained, and even the High Priestess. So giving you an opportunity to tap into your intuition, and the Six of Pentacles is an indication that you're in very good energy of abundance and manifestation and generosity, just being in that in energy of people looking out for you. Like I said, even if it seems like it's out of thin air, for an example, I've noticed when that card makes an appearance, maybe there could be a charity, like a grant available or coming up for you. So anyway, I feel like this is a grace period preparing you for that test potentially. So that's what I see for you guys at the moment. Thank you so much. And I'll be moving to our next house, which is the second house. Okay, so let's see. So good morning in the chat. It seems that there are some questions coming up in the chat, like a personal reading request. But this live stream is designed to be a collective reading for the 12 houses. All right. And also, I have noticed people coming by and liking the video and then putting their personal responses in the chat, or personal reading request in the chat. And then it seems that they take their like back after I don't respond or after I don't, but anyhow. So that's that's partly the reason why, yes, I do personal readings on the chat, in the channel occasionally, especially for the subscribers, because I've noticed that people who just come by and randomly ask questions and like the video, they do it in a transactional way, like treating a like button as if it's currency. And I've come to realize that that's really a bad energy exchange, and I don't like working for people that move like that, because the like button is something that one would do to show some moral support, to just support the channel, of course, and it's free to do that. It's a kind gesture, but it's definitely not transactional, and especially not on this channel that is currently not monetized. So you can see why I wouldn't want to do a free personal reading for somebody, and especially stop what I'm doing to do that for someone who would use a like button as if it's currency, as if it's money or something transactional. So I don't do that anymore. And I really prefer to do personal readings by request for subscribers, people who genuinely support the channel. But I just wanted to say that because I come to a pause. But I do thank those of you who have supported the video and the channel out of the kindness of your heart. I'll be right back in just a moment to move to the second house and do a reading for Taurus. But random thought though, but I have, even in my own personal experience, sometimes putting my question in the chat, regardless if a reader is going to answer it or not, or whatever platform I'm on, I've noticed that being a way that the Most High, because I know that God sees me, God knows my prayers, and the Lord knows what I have need of before I even ask Him. So sometimes I'll do that personally myself, just, for the Most High to respond to me. And for those who put their comments and share their stories, etc., in the chat without, expecting me to answer it, because I might not have the answer, but God has the answers. The Most High has the answers. So I support you in doing that, and I appreciate the interaction in the chat too. So I don't want to redirect somebody or discourage someone from doing that. See, some things are done out of the kindness or genuineness, out of the truth of someone's own heart. And sometimes people do things and weaponize kindness and have a bad energy exchange. And sometimes it's difficult to tell the difference. Moving into the second house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for the second house, aka Taurus. Okay, thank you guys for your support on the channel and on the video. This reading for Taurus, it describes a love offer coming towards Taurus and also an opportunity to reconcile with someone in your energy field, Taurus. You're either approaching someone with this offer and or somebody is approaching you with this opportunity. All right, this should happen any day now. It may have already happened. And that's pretty much what I'm looking at there. Very strongly, especially because this has been a running storyline on the channel. So this looks like a continuation of that. We had been seeing this energy making appearances. And as I like to explain, this is a short-term energy reading. Energy changes all the time. So I like to come here as often as possible and update the trajectory, the way that the reading is, the way the energy is moving. So this reconciliation opportunity is approaching now, very soon, any day. Like I said, could have been, had already happened, or will happen very soon. Okay. The opportunity is being presented in the form of the Queen of Pentacles. Pentacles are the slowest moving energy in the deck, which implies that this is something that you have had your thoughts on, your eyes on, your mind on. You have nurtured it, you've invested in this, and it's now arriving on the table there in the suit of Pentacles in the form of the Queen. So I work with a stacked deck with the intention to see the progression of the cycle, and according to its major or minor arcana, according to its suit and element. So the fact that it's a queen, it's not a page, it's not the king, it's not the knight. So that establishes its maturity. And also the Queen of Pentacles at times will point to the 10th house, and the Queen of Pentacles will also sometimes point to conception. For an example, pregnancies, opportunities. So anyhow, the 10th house governs career, so this could be a work embodiment, an investment of some kind, for an example, but also in the suit of love. But pause for a second. So if it's an investment, or if there's a financial opportunity, a financial blessing coming towards you, the judgment energy is talking about a ruling being made in your favor. So this could be like an inheritance, for an example, something that had been pending, and then that would talk about a ruling being made in your favor, for an example. The judgment also does embody what it says. Having good judgment talks about judgment in general. But it's also, like I said, the card that comes into a love reading that usually hints toward an opportunity to reconcile, to come out of the cold with a loved one, to move your connection to a higher level of commitment, to have a reunion of sorts. Okay, so that's the energy that I see here for Taurus, aka the second house. And then you'll see here the Four of Cups. So, and the traditional, one of the older traditional illustrations here, it's easier to see what's being depicted. The current is focused on these three cups, so it could have seemed like it comes out of the blue. You're unexpecting it. Could be on autopilot for whatever you're focused on. But sometimes perspective is everything, context is everything. Sometimes you are actually thinking about this person, and or they're thinking about you. And anyhow, in any case, here's the offer that makes an appearance towards you. So that's what I say. This could be mutual. You know, it could be a twin flame soulmate connection where you're both thinking about each other. Because in the spread, we're looking at the love offer, this opportunity embodied in the Queen of Pentacles as described. And then here's the reconciliation embodiment and or the judgment as described. And then here is this energy approaching, making an appearance here towards you. So here's where I get this energy is already on the table, so it could have already happened. This placement here describes current energy. And then here's the near future. So very soon. Okay, in just a moment, I'll move to the third house, which is Gemini's house. Thank you for your patience. Okay, the third house, Gemini. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for the third house, aka Gemini. Okay, so here's something that I want to work on a little bit more, especially because of the cliffhanger that I'm left at in the third position, being the Nine of Swords, which appears like it's stressful, but it also has potential for double meaning or multifaceted meanings. So I do want to work that a bit more. But what we have on the table so far is oh, thank you so much for your support. Oh wow, thank you for being a new subscriber as well. Thank you for your support on the channel. So the first position there has the Six of Pentacles. So far in this live stream, we have had that card make an appearance before. It is described as an embodiment symbolizing balance and reciprocation. Also, it's one of my favorite pentacle cards because of that. Also, I found resonating in that energy, prayers answered, charity, your needs being met, even if and when out of thin air. So that's a beautiful card to have, especially because it's in the suit of minor arcana. So it's the energy that takes place within our free will and our life choices on the day-to-day and the life choices of others. So it's someone being generous towards someone. Good Samaritans come out of the blue when I've found myself and or in readings that energy resonating with those type of supportive systems around the person. The second position is the Hermit. It is the ninth major arcana. It is also Virgo's archetype. At the moment in the constellation of Virgo, Venus is there. So Venus and Virgo energy tend to, well, actually not tend to, but it is about a love language of service and acts of service. That is Virgo and Venus energy. But also, where Venus is, that's where love is, the planet of love. So when Virgo's energy has been making appearances in readings, I have found it to be talking about love and love opportunities. Now the Nine of Swords in the third position is curious. So like I said, it's something that I want to work further and get additional context. However, the Nine of Swords does embody a nightmare of the soul. So typically when you see that card, it is stressful as it looks on the surface, having sleepless nights and stress, burning the candle at both ends of the stick. Sometimes there's guilt there that ruminates in somebody's mind and they're kind of beating themselves up. Maybe there's shame. But anyhow, let's take a look at it. For now, I'll put a pin in that interpretation, because that's a complete trajectory of the way energy is currently moving, just looking off the surface. When I get clarifiers have for me the objective to clarify, which is to restate, reiterate, expound upon, which gives additional information, or even to be redirected where another storyline presents. All right, so let's take a look. All right. A lot of the clarifiers that came out actually clarify themselves. Well, no, not. There's one placement here. The Nine of Swords was clarified by itself, the Nine of Swords. So off the top, it lets me know that the Nine of Swords, when I'm asking for it to be clarified, it's clarified by itself. Like it's there for the traditional meaning and interpretation. The Six of Pentacles was clarified with the Ace of Swords. So I feel like, too, that's another way of saying the Six of Swords is there to represent its traditional meaning. Also, that there's clarity, that somebody, is clear if it involves someone else or the court themselves, the person. It's like supportive. It's a supportive clarifier that lets me know, yes, that's the Six of Pentacles, and yes, prayers have been answered, a request. If somebody put in an application, for an example, for some charity, your application is under review, and there's a high likelihood, that you will have your answer soon, since it's in the first placement, if you haven't already. Now, the second placement was clarified with the 15 major arcana. All right, so the 15 major arcana talks about rules, regulations, boundaries, expectations, that sort of energy. So where there are rules, then it's noticeable when those rules are violated, which then talks about boundary crossings, violations, toxicity, overindulgences, addictions, etc. It's also the energy that comes into a reading in this deck that describes adult activity. Okay, so it could be, a passionate, X-rated, for an example, clarifier. And again, the Hermit was there talking about Venus, which is the planet of love. So there's a possibility for it to have that type of resonance there. And then, like I said, the Nine of Swords. We've described the Nine of Swords. So, like I said, I like to use a stacked deck so that I can see sequential order energies according to major, minor arcanas. And thank you for your support on the channel, everybody. I really appreciate you so much. And on this video as well, thank you. So in progression in the major arcana, the 15th major arcana, actually, it goes like this. After the 15th, which is an indication of boundary crossings, addictions, overindulgences, or the passion that I described in an adult context, you have in its sequential order a tower moment. So as far as adult activities are concerned, you can see a climactic moment. It, on the horizon is what it looks like in progression. Otherwise, with the rules and regulations, boundaries, expectations, etc., then you can see this tower moment. So, something got to give under that much pressure, basically. And this is what you're looking at. And, oftentimes optimistically to look for in the tower moment a breakdown for a breakthrough. The next card in its sequential order, according to the major arcana, is the wish fulfillment. So after this tension, after the climactic moment, after, something's got to give type energy, then you have the wish fulfillment. It's like after the dust settles, or the spin cycle, after something goes through a spin cycle, then what you're left with is what's meant to be, and it's what's pure, what's been washed clean type energy. So then you move to the alchemist, which is the temperance, which is like the residual energies that you would see, energies that don't normally mix well, like after a big bang, and there's the chaos. It's like, here's the order in the chaos taking place as the dust settles. Energies that don't normally mix well together are blended here, like hot and cold, wet and dry. Again, I like to refer to this as the alchemist. It's known as the temperance. So I just wanted to show you the progression in the major arcanas and to give you some tangible references of why I like to use a stacked deck, because you can see energies like that. But that's what we have for the third house at this time. And I'll be right back in just a moment to continue working. We'll move to the fourth house now, which is Cancer's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for the fourth house, aka Cancer's house. Okay. All right. So, hey, Cancers. This is your reading in the fourth house, is Cancer's house. And hello, greetings. Thank you all in the chat. Those of you who have stopped by with positivity, affirmations, and greetings. Also, thank you guys for your support on the channel and on the video. So, let's see here for the fourth house, which is Cancer's house. All right. The Eight of Pentacles is on the stage in the first position, and it progresses to the Hermit, which is the ninth major arcana, and it points to the sixth house. Right now, this is where the planet Venus is, the planet of love. All right, so also Venus in Virgo energy relates to acts of service as a love language. Virgo Venus energy has acts as service, acts of service as their love language. So anyhow, that could be the reason why the Hermit is on the stage in the second position, and in the third position is the Four of Swords. When that makes an appearance in my reading, it tends to point to prayers, meditation, and mental strategy. For an example, strategizing, also mental balance and healing, especially. And there's also some withdrawal indicated there. Could be some no contact or diminished contact, that relates to the person of interest being withdrawn, healing and focusing and strategizing on their next chapter. So anyhow, let's see here. So what we're looking at is, and what has been a running storyline in our fourth house, we've been seeing energies coming toward Cancer here for a while. So we had some time to to let Cancer know, hey Cancer, in the near future something is approaching you. It looks like an opportunity. It looks like something that you guys have been nurturing in the past, hoping for, praying about, for a while now, because Pentacles are slow moving and they don't just make appearances in our life out of nowhere suddenly. It usually tends to indicate this is something from the past that you have desired and that you have worked for and nurtured, and now it is, the energy is coming into the reading here. So it's the Eight of Pentacles. So if this is your reading, it seems that you have already had some confirmations and or received this thing, because it did look like I think in our last reading there was it has your name on it type, but that could have been the fifth house too. I'm sorry. Oh, we're moving to the fifth house. So cusp energy is here too with the Leo Cancers. But yeah, you could have received it already and started working on it. The Eight of Pentacles is talking about working on this. And then we're looking at the progression into Venus energy, love energy. Already the Virgo energy itself, being the Hermit, talks about introspective energy, healing, processing, that inner light coming out to give guidance and intuition. So we're already looking at some withdrawal type energy. So for an example, if this is love, if it's a love situation that has approached you, you guys could be withdrawing, spending some intimate time together. Especially like an introvert can relate to that energy, because we tend to take our loves into our introverted, hermit cave, or any introvert can kind of relate to that. So that could have happened, which is why I do want to rework this some more for our Cancers, because this is a running storyline. And again, it looked like something initially that Cancer may have not been prepared for, wasn't expecting in the first place, might have even forgot about it because they thought maybe it wasn't coming. So it's really nice to see that the Cancers are not only prepared, because that had been a running theme. It was like, hey Cancer, looks like something's coming towards you, but initially when I seen it, it looked like you might not have been expecting it or prepared to receive it, and it looked like it could have been a missed opportunity. So it's refreshing to see that for some of you, you have received it, you're working on it, nurturing it. And I feel like with that being stated, the Four of Swords has potential to talk about really processing this and taking the dedicated time required to make abundance with it. Also, though, with the forewarning that we had in the running storyline, there was also some indication that some Cancers may not have wanted it, might receive it, might still have the premonition and the foreknowledge that it's coming, but then they had the opportunity to prepare for its coming, to be prepared for its potential energy that could become destabilizing and knock them off their square, because it also had a highlighted area of concern that this could potentially delay you from some deadlines that you have and some other goals that you had. It could become obstructive and prevent you with that missed opportunity for something that's better coming towards you, because something is on the horizon coming towards you that is very good, that you have called for, and that has the energy conducive to promote you, to support you, and lead you toward abundance, etc., etc. So that we could be seeing the exerted energy for Cancers avoiding this particular offer and remaining on their square, remaining focused on their goals, and dealing with The energy is basically that when the 15 major arcana takes the stage, which we talked about previously, it's the devil card for an example that talks about addictions, overindulgences, boundary crossings, and toxicity. We're looking at this energy that describes being disciplined and not succumbing to something that could be toxic and destabilizing. So you see here how that could be a reading that's being described here. Being disciplined, focused, and standing their ground about what they're going to do. The Four of Swords, again, is a preparatory. I don't know if that's a real word. They're preparing. So remember how I talked about the mental balance, that it also embodies preparing for what's ahead, becoming balanced within themselves and also to be balanced with others. They're focused on what they're going to do. They're strategizing. And the next card in sequential order is the Five of Swords. So after spending time withdrawn and praying, meditating, strategizing, etc., they come out with their plans. They come out with their focused, and this has very decisive energy. In the Five of Swords, it's described as the win at all cost mentality. So here, it's having such a strong mindset, such a very strong, decisive plan of action, that usually becoming in this state in the first place, it actually progressively comes after the Three of Swords, which represents a sense of betrayal and backstabbing. So there's usually a reason for them to have a win at all cost mentality, and the opposition is now running in the background. You see that the opposition is no longer there. So, and you see that they have that win at all cost mentality, so they've been successful. So here, just talking about the balance and the focused energy that's represented here. So also, just for the foreknowledge here, in the Five of Swords also accompanies for the consideration of, should you have a win at all cost mentality, because sometimes the ego can put us in this placement, or should you have a choose your battle mentality? But context is everything. In the Cancers whom this reading would resonate with, no, you have time to consider what you want to do, and that's exactly what they're doing. In the Four of Swords, considering what they want to do, and or they've already received it, already started working on it, and they are focused on being productive and successful with it. Again, with the translation, that would hint towards if they're avoiding. The Hermit could represent avoiding. The Hermit could represent, rejecting the opportunity to work on this and avoiding it and doing some self-healing, as was described too. So then you would see the withdrawal, and you'd see the diminished contact, especially in a storyline talking about love, for an example, but it could be anything. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to continue working on this for our fourth house. Hello in the chat. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. And thank you for interacting with me in the chat. And also for some of you who are putting your comments in regard to your situation. I too do believe that's a way for the Most High to see and answer in your own life, in your own prayer closet, etc. But thank you for all of you being here. Okay. All right. So these are clarifiers, and oftentimes, you guys, we have seen, or at least I've taken the time to point out mirroring in the readings, which had an indication that one's person of interest had a high likelihood to be a soulmate in a twin flame because of the mirroring. And I would stop to show you guys those. Here, this doesn't necessarily reflect mirroring, no. And these clarifiers. So just because I've shown you so many examples of the mirroring, this is one that does not have the mirroring. But it does have a clarifier. All right, so in this clarifier, I feel like my translation is being confirmed, and additional information is here talking about there is some uncertainty still whether or not to work on this or not. Now, this is in the past energy, so Cancer could have already processed this and decided whether or not they want to work on it, or if they're working to avoid it, right? So that, because this is in the past, it could have happened already. But anyhow, that confirms my translation when I said in my interpretation, they could decide to nurture this, or they could decide not to. So the Two of Swords is a confirmation, and it's what I say. I look for confirmations, reiterations, to be redirected or expounded information. So that I feel like is expounded. It's additional information here. I feel like this too is additional information. Okay, this is additional information because I had given a range of translations for this hermit being there. And one of the interpretations recognized the hermit for being introverted, withdrawn energy. This is put, and I also talked about, or it could be like the couple themselves withdrawing to spend quality time together. This clarifier right here hints toward them not being by themselves in their withdrawn state. It also hints toward the symbolisms that have application that does not talk about introvert energy, but the love, the Venus. You guys could be going out, spending quality time together. You know, you could be working on coming out of the cold. All right. But in the case of it being a single Cancer, for an example, that is withdrawn and they are by themselves in the hermit energy, they're being active in this energy. So, because this is fire, and fire is very active, they could be multitasking. And this foreground, Corinth, the person of interest in the foreground on the horse holding one of the wands, it symbolizes that they're focused on something. So I feel like they have taken the offer and they are focused on it and they're working on it. There's activities pertaining to that. Now, the information, I feel like it's vague for those of you in the audience who would resonate with this, to add your personal storyline. You know, is this something that you're working on? Is it your goals? Is it a relationship? Did you wait? Did you reject an opportunity and waited for the other opportunity that's coming for you? You know, those are questions that are left in the air for your interpretation, but this is how the clarifier is working in my interpretation. Okay, and then what was described in the Four of Swords, this being clarified with the Magician, suggests that, all right, the time is also progressing for this is the indication that I had seen in the readings before that says, okay, this is the perfect time for your abundance, for your manifestation, for your prosperity, for things that have come into alignment. Synchronicities are here for you. And this is the perfect time to meet Mr. and or Mrs. Right. So this here is the energy that had been making reappearances, and at times, like initially it was the Seven of Cups, so it was like, oh no, Cancer, it looks like you could have a missed opportunity. It looks like you could not be prepared to handle what's coming towards you. But here, having the Four of Swords lets me know that you are capable of handling it, and when it arrives to you, it looks like you have a high likelihood of being prepared. And the cliche of when preparation meets opportunity, that's a good recipe for success, and that's basically what's being described here. All right, and that's the reading that I have for Cancers, aka the fourth house. In just a moment, I'll be right back in just a moment. Okay, so now moving to the fifth house, which is Leo's house. And I have been feeling some cusp energy. So here, there is some cusp energy for Leo Cancer cusps and also Leo Virgo cusps. Okay. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Leo, the fifth house. Wow, is that not the same reading? Hold on. Wow. Okay, so yes, guys, remember when I talked about mirroring and we were able to show an example where there was not mirroring in the clarifiers, but here there is mirroring. Okay, and it also reminds me that the fifth house is the house of romance and courtship. It's also the house that governs, just because I'm naming stuff, right? It governs entertainment. It also governs conception in children. It also governs risky investments, including in, like, when I say including, that's kind of an understatement because it's mostly gambling because it is risky investments. And then, what else, guys? Okay, etc., right? So there's mirroring here. So if there's a love here on the table, this could be a soulmate and or a twin flame. Now, as far as risky investments and even gambling, there has been a running storyline where it would say, hey, if you guys are thinking about gambling or taking a risky investment, the timing is not now. And then we were starting to see a window of opportunity. So it's like, it's not now, but it's coming up. So get ready for it. And now this suggests, again, we have started to see, okay, guys, it's coming. It's here. It's here. It's here. All right. So it looks like, yeah, it's here. That risky investment chance taking is here. I like to point these things out though for you so that you don't take my word for it. Take everything with a grain of salt. Do your own research, and if you're pulling cards for yourself, example, I like to explain my process so you can have an idea. At least this is one way to look at it. So, with that being said, too, going along with conception, if one was thinking about conceiving, we had a running storyline that was like, not now, guys, not now. But then it looked like, okay, it looks like now, if this is what you're looking for. And if it's not what you're looking for, be up on your contraceptives and be careful. You might turn down an opportunity for a passionate night, for an example, because it looked like conception and time of fertility was on the horizon. And those are especially, sometimes they're blindsiding. They're unexpected surprises when we have those passionate reconciliations sometimes, but here would represent the area of conception. And then I had the Nine of Swords, and then we clarified that, and we have the Empress. So here would be, and the Nine of Swords, like I say, typically it points to stress and duress and the nightmare of the soul, sleepless nights, worry, anxiety. But sometimes, context is everything. Sometimes it's excitement. It's like a sensory overload. It's like a shock, like, oh my goodness. And so there's so many intense emotions that context is everything. It doesn't necessarily always be a bad thing. You know how sometimes you have tears, and somebody says, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And you're like, you can't even talk or speak, and you're like, "Yes, I'm so happy. These are tears of joy." Sometimes that type of energy can be found in the Nine of Swords too. But I just said all that to say, here's what potential conception would look like as well, especially under the situations that we have been describing. Okay, so let's see what else. And then in that case, this does look like a good reading that does suggest, the conception process. All right, so different ways to look at this interpretation. Okay, so as far as the twin flame, the mirroring, soulmate energy, all right, so this is Leo's energy, so we can suggest Leo's on the stage. One indication that you have mirroring is when you're looking at the reading and you can't really feel Leo's energy on the stage, and it's their other person potentially. When you're saying Leo, it could very well be their person of interest and vice versa. That's an indication that you may be dealing with a soulmate twin flame because there's mirroring there. There's mutual energy there. So let's say that it's Leo's energy here. Okay, so the way that I'm reading this is that you both are being drawn to each other, and you both have the same energy. what exactly is in the Nine of Swords, you know, we've already described the different variations of interpretation, and I like to leave it as objective and neutral as possible when I can, so that you guys can find resonance in your own storyline if it applies. But you see the mirroring. So here we would suggest there's because of the process of elimination, we see the person of interest here in the Empress. So this is Leo's person, and this then is Leo's energy. But again, like I said, it's very mutual. So it could be either or, right? But you're picking up the mutual energy there. And so it's like when you meet each other. So what is the Nine of Swords about? Nonetheless, there's a meeting here. There's a hint towards good positive energy because we've described that Six of Pentacles it's like one of my favorite Pinnacle cards in the deck, and that has very positive embodiments. It's like I said, charity, your prayers being answered out of thin air, you know. So in the fifth house, again, as it governs relationships, courtship, and even children, it lets us know too that this could be, you know, relating to children. You could be meeting up with family. You know, somebody is appearing in your life, and we had been seeing this a running theme for Leo as well. And this could be a prayer to someone's, an answer to someone's prayer. Or are you guys kind of embarrassed to kind of meet each other, even though there's good energy? Is it a sensory overload when you guys meet each other? Or I don't know, what is that? What is that? You know what I mean? But there it is. That's the energy, guys. I wanted to leave it up for your interpretation. And here we have been explaining that Venus is currently in the constellation of Virgo. So, and this is being the fifth house, courtship and romance. So, you know, this here is the activity, the action where I said, yeah, your person is coming towards you. You are coming towards them. Maybe you mutually meet each other. You're both thinking about each other. That's very likely because of the twin flame mirroring that has been described so far. So this is a high likelihood that the Hermit here is describing the Venus in Virgo constellation right now. Otherwise, it could also describe the nature of your connection being a private one, you know. Maybe you guys withdraw to spend some personal, private, quality time together, getting to know each other, you know, on a one-on-one level there, etc., etc. This is how the energy is moving. And before moving on out of this house, I want to pull some more. I just want to pull some oracle cards. So there's a couple different cards that came out. All right, so it gives some context to like, why am I looking at the Nine of Swords? Release your ex, pay attention to red flags, and passion. All right, so we do see that there's passion there, but then there's also the highlighted areas of concern. Your person may already have someone. Your person may, I was about to say, you might have someone, they might have someone. Pay attention to red flags. There's a high alert there. Okay, but then also passion is there too. So this is an interesting card combination with those clarifiers there. So let's move on and pull some more, and then we'll talk about it. All right, so this here is true love, and this here is romantic feelings. All right, so true love in the second position. So I feel like that's a clarifier that substantiates my interpretation. Initially, how I said it looks like you guys could be withdrawing to spend some romantic quality time together. Okay, so that was again clarified with the true love oracle card. And then romantic feelings with the Empress having her Nine of Swords there. I feel like that's letting me know it's a redirection. Of course, if we were concerned about other content that we mentioned, we would pull more cards and we would, focus and isolate that energy to make sure, etc., etc. However, off the surface in this general reading, it suggests the translation that was talking about, she's excited. Her lover, she's met her lover and she's excited, and there's romantic feelings, and it's the courtship there. It's the romance being described in that Nine of Swords clarifier. Okay, so now the curious highlighted area of concern came in the first position. I feel like that's good because that just lets us know to, Leo, be careful, and or Leo's person of interest, be careful, because it could on the surface, and there's a lot of reasons why that could be, because you, for an example, you love this person truly, and there are romantic feelings, and there is, all that could be true. But again, if you guys are just meeting and it's been a while, you could get carried away, because on the surface with the Six of Pentacles, it looks good, and there could be overwhelming feelings, and one thing might lead to another, and who knows what happens. And then only when the dust settles, you might start to come to these other realities, like, oh my God, are you single? And they're like, oh, actually, no. Are you? Well, I guess no, I'm not single either. Well, okay. But, or maybe, yes, I am single, and how dare you? Because what, you know what I mean? If you're not single, what are you doing here? Type energy. So that's just saying, guys, be careful. There's a lover that's coming. And also, thankfully, that would substantiate other readings that we had when we seen this opportunity coming, because there was definitely a high red alert. Like, guys, if you're doing something risky right now, it's not the time to do it, but the time to do it is coming. So prepare. So this is, I feel like, a confirmation. Prepare, that it could look very good on the surface, but pay attention to the red flags. That's what we have for the fifth house at this time. Thank you, guys. I'll be back as soon as possible. I'm going to stack this deck, and then we'll move to our next house, which is the sixth house, Virgo's house. Try not to use too much force, because I don't want to warp the cards more than I have to. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for the 6th house, aka Virgo. Mm. All right, so in this live stream, the Nine of Swords has made appearances, and we've talked about the definition of the Nine of Swords a lot, and also its dual or multifaceted interpretations. At times, context is everything. So I want to work the Nine of Swords to get some additional feedback. So let's see what we have here. Working with this Oracle deck. All right, so we've also discussed in previous readings how this card has double meaning as well. There's either bad health, which reminds me the 6th house does govern health, as well as acts of service. And also it's the house where currently Venus is in, the constellation of Virgo. So the love language here for Virgo with Venus is acts of service. But anyhow, the other meaning, the other translation here is adult activity, X-rated, romance. Okay, and there's a highlighted area of concern that then I'm looking at the 19th card here, which is described as the coffin. And so it does suggest the Nine of Swords basically is talking about be careful that this could just be like a one-night stand if it is romance, because those were the cards that were being shown before the closed chapter. The card that describes a closed chapter. We only seen the potential of the illicit activity or illicit thoughts, and then a closed chapter. So let's see what else. So, oh, the dissonance in that though. The dissonance in that is that the Queen of Pentacles is not minded to have one night stands. The Queen of Pentacles does not come into a reading to talk about, something temporary. That's energy that has been nurtured for a long time, and it desires to move the connection to a higher level of commitment, and at the very least to have a serious relationship. And you can see here's the King of Pentacles here. Let's continue looking, but that would give us ideas as to why the Nine of Swords is there. A highlighted area of concern that your energy is long term, and this looks like it could be short term. All right, so now you're looking at card 9, which is talking about a change, like a change in direction. Okay, then there's the pathway, so this is pointing towards a direction, a journey, card 35. Okay, then there's great fortune, card 26. All right, then there's a message of concern. Okay, so far those clarifiers are talking about a potential, another storyline. So now, Virgo, at this moment, a lot of sun signs could be looking in the 9th house, and there's energy, there's information that has a high likelihood to resonate with a lot of different sun signs, because this is where Venus is. And so Virgo's energy has been appearing in multiple houses because Venus is currently there, and that's where love is, and that's where romance is. So there's multiple storylines coming out. So we just looked at the temporary storyline, the highlighted area of concern, that your intentions, your energy, be discerning if your situation does not fit, your desired end. And then next we're looking at another storyline presented where, yes, this could be the one, the connection that does lead to longevity, and it's pointing to another pathway, a journey that leads to, and we're looking at not just love, but great fortune, wealth. So those cards are pointing you to another direction on the horizon. That's, I don't know if it's not actually exclusively about a lover or love, but also just abundance in your near future on your journey that's coming towards you. So let's see, because I stopped to describe that at the card that says there's a message of concern, card number 14. All right, now we're looking at the main male. So sometimes that closes me out as far as that's the end of my clarifiers, but then of course it could be a person of interest in Virgo's energy. Then we're looking at potential mirroring, because it's all energy specific, not gender specific, but we have the Queen of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles here. So let's continue to look at this here with the main man. Then you're looking at the bad health, which we said has a double meaning to imply there could be adult activity. Then we have the message of concern, card 14. Okay, main man. All right, imprisonment, card number 29. Message of concern, main man, bad health, house. Again, with the adult activity there, or maybe there's bad health. Yeah, maybe there's bad health. House, change, poverty, card 37. Great fortune, card 26. And then the coffin makes an appearance, closing me out. So it looks like the coffin is actually making appearances that close me out. Here's a wealthy man, card 13. and then the main man. So at times the wealthy man and the main man make appearances in a reading to talk about two love interests. Okay, then the bad health card or the adult activity. Then there's the house card number 20. All right, let's see. The main man again, card 31. Bad health, high honor, message of concern, main man. All right. So a lot of these are starting to repeat. So what do I get out of that clarifier there? I think generally speaking, it's just talking about, pay attention to the red flags. Be aware that a connection coming to you could be short-lived, could be a one-night stand, it could be a wham bam, thank you ma'am, and a closed chapter, which is not what you want, according to this being the Queen of Pentacles, but let you be the judge of that. Yeah. Then the Queen of Pentacles does point to the 10th house, a house that governs work and career, for an example. And so it's possible that this abundance coming towards you and great fortune coming towards you has to do with your work and career coming to fruition and headed in a good place, a good direction. And also there's indication that there are love offers coming towards you, love opportunities coming towards you. Either if it's working career and or love and or all of the above, it has the potential to change the direction in your life, especially if your finances are not looking good right now. It looks like you could meet a lover who has the intentions and the desire to change your fortune and to bless you economically and in every other way. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're personally going to bless you, like, it doesn't exclude that, but it could also just embody somebody that's a pair, somebody that is a good match, someone you could be a power couple with and build together abundance, build with and work towards abundance together. And that was basically a storyline that continued to repeat. Yeah. That's what I seen there. So I wanted to definitely clarify why the Nine of Swords would come to clarify the Queen of Pentacles. Then the second position, had to take my time with that because multiple cards came out. It looks like a lot of them, if not all of them, were major arcanas. So of course I like to look at the progression of that. These are the major arcanas. Okay, all leading up to the wish fulfillment. So I feel like that's a confirmation of what was stated in the first placement, all the things that we described there. And at the end of the day, there was only one scenario that didn't seem to lead to, or the information of whether or not that leads to abundance or, success. If that information wasn't available, but it had a high likelihood to not lead to success. And to add dissonance into the situation. Otherwise, all the other scenarios led to abundance and success, and letting you know that you're on a good path with good outcomes. So here's the 13 major arcana. This embodiment, it's describing transformations, a new beginning after an end, purging taking place, removing obstacles and blockages from your path to allow energies coming towards you that are more conducive for your overall best good. It points to Scorpio, it points to the 8th house, a spiritual house, transformative, renewal, rejuvenating, healing, a house of healing and a house of spirituality. So a lot of things are here also, and this is a house that an astrologer and or a seer would look to get information about inheritances and or shared resources. Just because we're describing what the 8th house governs is where you might look to get information about taxes and or inheritances. And speaking on highlighted areas of concern, you could want to be warned about a potential gold digger, somebody who's looking to exploit a situation because they want to get something from you. So there's a lot of depth in this 13 major arcana, aka the death card. The next card is the temperance. Okay, so we did point out that has a Scorpio energy in it. This card has Sagittarius's energy in it. This card has Capricorn energy in it. But anyhow, now looking at the 14th major arcana is the what I call the alchemist, the energy that comes into a reading describing mixing elements that don't normally mix well, like hot and cold, wet and dry. It is the temperance. And we talked about here's where Capricorn's energy is, but this is the devil card, aka the 15th major arcana. It governs, it's where Saturn is, so it governs rules, regulations, expectations, boundaries, and with that being stated, it also describes addictions, overindulgences, toxicity, boundary crossing, offenses, that type of energy. And also, it's where a astrologer and or seer would look to get information about career. And so then after that build up of intensity, we have the tower. So, oftentimes, although context is everything, this could represent a breakdown for a breakthrough, like something has to give. In the arena of adult content, for an example, it could be what was described as the climactal moment. So if it is, which also the 15 major arcana that is the devil card I forgot to mention could be adult activity, and this is the climactal moment for an example. But then in its sequential order, you have the star card, the wish fulfillment, because the breakdown for a breakthrough is like removing blockages and obstacles for your wish fulfillment to come through. Okay, and that was the cipher in the major arcanas that we were looking at. In the second placement, so here with it having the 13 major arcana there on the top, and then we looked at the sequential order of everything. It itself was clarified with the 7 of Cups, so this could be overwhelmed energy for like having so many options, especially when there weren't any options, if that was the case before, and if you felt like you were in a desert and just for a lack of options. Suddenly there could be overwhelmedness and emotional disorientation because there are so many options suddenly. But usually, perspective is everything. The cup is either half empty or half full. This is potential. So anyhow, the 7 of Cups is clarifying this card combination here. And I like to look at where these combinations were sandwiched in between, which is why I like to use a stacked deck. We have the Moon and we have the King of Pentacles there. So it's like a period of uncertainty. We looked at a variety of outcomes that are on the horizon for you, Virgo. Again, where Venus is, so there's a lot of signs. A seer and or astrologer would look in this house right now because there's a lot of love energy here, a lot of lovers. Exactly. A lot of signs looking in this house, or their energy is in this house. And that too, for you, Virgo, a lot of lovers are potentially coming towards you. Opportunities for love, I should say. Like, not a lot of lovers, but you could be having lovers from the past, for reconciliation opportunities, and or new love interests coming towards you. So there's a variety of storylines coming out. And so, with all of that being said, in the third position, which represent energies in the near future, you have the 3 of Fire, which is that magnetic attraction embodiment, standing on the edge of the dock of the bay waiting for your ships to come in. And then this was clarifying this card combination came with a Page of Pentacles. Okay, so technically the Page of Pentacles is Virgo's energy in a minor arcana, this is where you would see the ninth house energy. And again, this is where Venus is. And it also represents a love offer. So you see that on the horizon coming towards you in the near future. Okay. And including some earth signs. So I tried to avoid mentioning any signs in particular, except for in the case when their energy is so pronounced, like in the major arcana. Oops, dropped my little board. Okay, so whenever I do that, I hope to remember the disclaimer that, yeah, every sign is present in a general reading such as this. So I don't want to get carried away and all of a sudden like have a particular sign hijack the reading, except for when the energy is so pronounced. And or like, for an example, in the sixth house, Virgo's house, in the constellation of Virgo, Venus is currently there, for something like that. But also earth signs are earth signs and or money, because that's what earth, a pentacle could represent value, something to do with value systems are on the horizon coming towards you. And that energy was sandwiched between the King of Cups. Okay, so this is an embodiment of an excellent lover, somebody who's emotionally mature. Technically, this is Scorpio's energy, so there's a lot of Scorpio energy, 8th house energy. This is the 13 major arcana, making appearances a lot. Virgo's energy making appearances a lot in your own reading, but we've already talked about that. Venus and Virgo energy. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles here on the horizon, confirming that these opportunities, this energy is coming towards you in the near future with momentum. And it's something that you've been nurturing for a while, a long time coming, because Pentacles are slow moving. So for it to make an appearance in your reading as it has, lets us know that the energy is on the horizon, and it has a high likelihood to be something that you've worked for, something that you've wanted, nurtured for a long time, prayers answered, and wish fulfillment on the horizon for you. Again, with this energy here, with the Apprentice representing a new beginning after an ending. Even the 13 major arcana talks about a new beginning after an ending, or yeah, basically that's what we're talking about, a cipher in the 13 major arcana, potentially with the transformation and evolutions that were described and regeneration that was described. Okay, but this suggests, with the Apprentice being here, a new beginning of prosperity, with the 10 of Pentacles following. Again, the 10 of Pentacles being the height of the pentacle, and Pentacles being slow moving energies, suggest that these all of these coming towards you in this wish fulfillment type energy is something that you've longed for, something that you've worked for. It's been a long time coming, and it's finally coming towards you. You should see the light at the end of the tunnel for you, and that's what I'm looking at in this energy reading. So this is a short-term energy reading. Energy changes all the time. We have the 3 of fire at the end and in the third placement there. So it's kind of a cliffhanger, but there was a lot of information here. I hope it was helpful. We'll be back to do another update as soon as possible. And I'm going to now prepare to move us into our next house, the 7th house, which is Libra. Hello in the chat. Thank you guys so much for your interaction and your support on the video and on the channel. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat, and also for the comments that are made about your situation. For those of you who have dropped those off, you're not ignored on this channel. This channel, I believe in the Most High, who knows what we have need of before we even ask. So dropping those comments off, sometimes it's like a personal prayer to the Most High to answer you in your personal prayer closet, to answer you in your life, however your belief system goes. Sometimes on the channel I do personal readings here. I really enjoy doing that. And then I just like to, whenever I mention it, because I'm not in the mode of doing it right now, I'm working on the collective general readings. But I don't want to surprise anybody when I put, if and when I put a subscriber mode on there, for those who have been subscribed for 30 days or longer, but when I do that, sometimes I don't put a subscriber mode, and I'll do those free readings on the channel. But I just don't like to blindside anybody, because I don't want anyone to feel left out if that happens. Let's see. But the reason I do it is because I do get a lot of requests. Sometimes people will come and will drop a personal request, and I'm unable to work on it at that time. And I have attracted some few that do that in the collective, and their energy exchange is not good at all. It's toxic. So I've had to start mentioning, some of the things that they'll do, which is prompting me to use a subscriber mode to avoid those that type of exploitive energy. That they don't have a good mutual energy exchange. So I like to filter that out. Okay, we're going to move to the 7th house now, Libra's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for the 7th house, Libra. Well, this reading here for Libra, off the page, off the top, without the clarifiers or anything. Yes, this reading is describing Libra independently. And if you're not single, like alone, then you're like on your own independently. Maybe you and your person, somebody special, is with you working, independently, getting it out the mud, alone, potentially feeling left out in the cold, weathering storms on your own. You and your person, it's you against the world. In the 5 of Pentacles, moving into a very abundant stage and phase in your life with the Empress, and then walking away with something of high value that you've gotten out of the mud. You worked for it, and so we're seeing success for whatever it is that you've been focused on, whatever you have been working on. It's coming to fruition, and that's what's being described in this reading here. And it looks like, in its description, this looks like a repeat, like a karmic pattern, something that you've established. So for an example, if it's like a work endeavor, like a stream of income, for an example, it looks like you've progressed to the stage of passive income. For an example, being able to set it and forget it, where you could come back and have residual benefits, residual income there, is what it looks like. And then that's just an example because we're familiar with it, so I used it as a hypothetical. But whatever it is that you have uh, been focused on and nurturing, for an example, if it's a relationship, there, because there has been a running storyline in the seventh house where Libra has been patiently waiting and also nurturing a particular love interest, and that love interest was not reciprocating very well at all. The love interest at times seemed to be a ghost, you know, in Libra's energy, a figment at times of Libra's imagination is what it looked like. But it was a real person going through their own things, and they weren't available for Libra, but Libra continued to patiently nurture it, like I said. And it felt like Libra was about to go on ahead and move on, especially if this love interest wasn't really reciprocating or responding. Libra was moving on. And it does look like, for an example, that Five of Pentacles in this translation begins to take the stage with that person of interest's energy, that they're still weathering the storm on their own, they're still single, not very much responsive. But it looks like your attention, the way that you've nurtured them, the way that you've handled them, is something that is memorable. It points to the cliche of people will remember how you made them feel more than they'll remember what exactly ever happened between you. It's how you made them feel is what is the standing memory. So it looks like, this is a connection that you'll be able to return to. This person, when they get out of their funk, they're likely to return to you and just have very positive, memorable energy towards you, reciprocal energy towards you, generosity towards you. It looks like you could have made a friend for life type energy with those, the karmic pattern that was established there. And if it's a goal or an enterprise, whatever it is that you've been focused on, it looks like for a moment, if there were seeds planted, for an example, if it's a harvest, though, that would represent the harvest, and it's coming into abundance is what we're looking at, the trajectory. And this looks like it will be successful. Like you could come back, it will have residual returns for a long period of time, offering longevity and sustainability in the near future. So that's the trajectory without clarifiers. Let's see how it takes a turn. Let's see if the clarifiers will reiterate, which is restating, if it'll redirect, which will be adding a different storyline potentially, or if it will edify and expound upon and add additional information. So let's see. Okay, let's see here. Thank you for your patience. Let's see. Now that third position, I'm gonna have to work on that because it's my that's the outcome position, and it's at the Nine of Swords, the clarifier for that Queen of Pentacles. So of course I want to get additional information about that. And then as far as the first translation, though, I'm gonna put a pin in that as complete. That is a finished, completed translation for this reading. Now I want to look and see the energy in the Nine of Swords, because definitely it is pointing to the sequential order that I'm looking at in the swords there. It's interesting. So let's see here. Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords. 7. Swords. 10. June. Gemini. The Sun. Okay. So the Ten of Swords is the Sun and Gemini. That's what I wanted to see. The Sun and Gemini. So interesting. All right, so the Sun and Gemini. Wow. So speaking of this, as far as looking at it symbolically like a garden, and these being seeds planted, which is one of the hypotheticals I use to describe the interpretation of this reading. Like if there were seeds planted or whatever it is that you've been nurturing, it looks like even before the clarifiers were here, it looked like you planted the seeds and it's moving towards abundance. So that's why and by the way, this is literally Venus in Virgo. This is the card that says Venus in Virgo. And so we've been talking about that because Virgo's energy, the Hermit, the constellation of Virgo, has been making appearances throughout the houses and pointing to Venus's energy. The 7th house is governed by Venus. So this is a really beautiful confirmation stating just that. The seeds that were planted. The seeds that were planted for a proverbial harvest is what's being described there in the Five of Pentacles. And then so as we're progressing forward through the trajectory of the reading, looking in that third position, especially because that was the curious one with the Nine of Swords, having it translate to the Sun. And as we know, in the nurturing and the growth process, the Sun is very vital. Okay, so that's why I'm like, wow, okay, that's the Sun in Gemini in the Nine of Swords as it relates to thoughts, communication, information, logic, technology, and it points to the 3rd house because Gemini governs the 3rd house. So, etc., etc. It's also the arena that governs siblings and close partnerships and relationships, such as neighbors, you know, in those groups and organizations that are close to us. So again, with this being where Venus is, and a lot of lovers are looking to this house right now for information, and also off the top, like I said, I put a pin in the first reading for Libra. That's a done deal, but it talks about it confirms whatever it is that you have been nurturing. Yeah, there's a high probability of residual returns on that one, and prosperity and abundance on that one. Now that second placement where the Empress is, it's clarified by the 15th major arcana, which points to Capricorn's energy and also Saturn energy. Rules, regulations, expectations, boundaries, and where rules are written, they then can be broken. And that establishes, boundary crossings, violations, offenses, toxicity, overindulgences, addictions, those type of properties are being described there. So in general, generally speaking, with that energy clarifying the Empress and how we're looking at this being like a proverbial garden, and we're talking about seeds planted and coming into fruition in abundance and prosperity and residual income, residual benefits there. I feel like just off the top, this would be, let's see, with it, no, it wouldn't, because I'm going through it, like with the 8th, what if it had the 8th house? What if it had the 13 major arcana, aka the death card, there instead of the 15 major arcana? But that would really speak to purges, and because it's the death card, I feel like, no, I don't think I would really want the 8th house to be there, because we're talking about abundance. So I feel like, and abundance, and we want this garden to be successful and fruitful. So no, I'm glad that it didn't give us the 13 major arcana, because that would be like ... But the 15 major arcana, and I'm paused there to really try to process this with you guys, because I feel like it's like so beautiful actually. When a seed is going through the germination process and the shell is breaking forth, and there's a lot of transformation there, which is why I looked to the 8th house first initially. But I feel like that 15 major arcana is talking about the germination process that has a high likelihood for abundance, because as we know, different seeds process differently, and different love languages are on the horizon. Different lovers that have different expectations, different boundaries. Sometimes there's an attraction to the what someone else might feel is toxic, someone else feels invigorating, and that's the type of spice that they need in their love life. So I just feel like that is off the top describing a germination process. Yeah, where there's a high likelihood of success. We talked about the 15 major arcana coming into readings describing adult activity, passion, erotica is described in that 15 major arcana, aka the devil card. And what else? And of course, in any garden, there's always the need to prune. There are, the purge that takes place. Not all of the energy is going to make it through. Not all of the connections make it through, So just wanted to take the time to progress through the symbolisms that were had, that are on the table in the clarifiers. And then you could probably see why I want to go ahead and continue to rework the 9 of Swords to see what else it might say. But the 9 of Swords we have already talked about its double meaning, how traditionally it points to the nightmare of the soul, sleepless nights, anxiety, worry, but there's a double meaning where sometimes it's surprise, sometimes it's the oversensory because, oh my God, it's finally happening type energy, like, whoo, the joys of, tears of joy. So yeah, with that being the Sun and Gemini, we described that, how that's the energy in a proverbial garden, and especially since we have swords there, that brings about productivity and abundance as well. It's real interesting how even the 10 of Swords, again, has a double meaning to also point to erotica, passion, and adult activity. But anyhow, all right, so there we have it, but we'll continue to work on it in just a moment. So there's a double meaning, multifaceted translations here in the 3rd position. And even here, right, there could be some toxicity that just causes a purge and it doesn't make it through. generally speaking, without the clarifiers, we see, it making it through and it being abundant for Libra, whatever it is that you've been focused on. It's coming into abundance, and it has a high probability of having residual income, residual benefits. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so I want to start clarifying in this position because I'm curious. And we've already kind of worked these for a long time. But what about this one? So we're going to start using this deck here to clarify this position. Starts off, card number 1 has the main man, the main male. Okay, and then it's being clarified with great fortune. Alright, and there's a message of concern. So as far as the great fortune being seen there, that confirms and clarifies that yes, there's a high likelihood for abundance and for success there. Let's take a look at the message of concern, if there will be one. Let's see, card number 14. Please continue. Okay, and we're closed out. We're closed out. Wow. So I feel like that clarifier right there substantiates what was stated in the dualistic translations in the Nine of Swords. It looks like it's worry, but it looks like there'd be a message of concern, which is why I'm working in that place. But there was great fortune there. So for all the positive things that were said about the Nine of Swords, and especially that is the Sun in Gemini. So we have the sun in Gemini, and then we have Venus in Virgo here. All right, and there's Libra's energy on the stage, by the way. Taurus's energy is here as well in the Empress. But since we're naming signs, right? In their planets. So there's Venus, there's Libra's energy, Taurus's energy is there as well. Which Taurus governs the 2nd house, by the way. Libra governs the 7th house. Capricorn, which has Saturn energy. Capricorn governs the 10th house, by the way. Let's continue working here. Also, I have to say, because we're doing that, this is also Capricorn's card in a minor arcana, which again points to the 10th house. The house that governs work, careers. The house that governs work, careers, standards, expectations, status, rules, regulations, all the things stated there. Dear Holy Spirit, please continue. So we have the main man here on the top of the deck, card number 1. Okay, we're looking at great fortune again. Okay, we're looking at a change, card number 9. We're looking at poverty, card 37. And unexpected income. So right there, we are looking at a change for those who are experiencing poverty. The 5 of Pentacles is not the most abundant embodiment, but 5 does represent a change. And it's not the least abundant either. It's actually very, very hopeful. But we'll talk about that some more. But anyhow, we did see that there was a change around that poverty circumstance, and we're seeing unexpected income. So far, the translation that was talking about abundance and the potential for residual income, etc., as was described, I feel like it's being confirmed. Message of concern, card 14. Okay, and then we're being closed back out with the main man being on the top of the deck, card number 1. Okay, that's really great. I feel like there is a reiteration being restated and confirmed. We've seen a lot of similar cards make reappearances. Additional information was added there, and I feel like it was supportive and it was comforting to let those know who have been struggling. Matter of fact, in this house, we have been looking at a running storyline that Libra was being very patient with a particular love interest that was not very present in the connection. Libra was showing some empathy around that. They definitely were showing some long suffering because they really stuck around, even when this person's energy was very vague and diminished, almost ghost-like at times, a phantom type energy at times, maybe a figment of their imagination at times. It felt like they were definitely alone in that connection, but they were patiently waiting with understanding. At times it looked like their person of interest was not present, not due to anything that Libra inflicted upon them in the pain and suffering that they were enduring. And in some cases, Libras met this person of interest during a time when they were going through suffering. So that gave context and understanding of why they were being so patient, because they didn't inflict the pain, but they still had compassion. If they were responsible for some of the pain, they had the long suffering, the longevity, the patience to nurture it and to love and to try to bring this person out of that energy, etc., etc. But so we can look at this in different scenarios, different contexts, with different symbolisms as it resonates, and then we see that there's a change. And then we're looking at it leading to abundance, where there was poverty, where there was lack, where there was diminished desire, however, intense desire but diminished. It reminds me of the scripture that faith is the evidence of things unseen, things hoped for, and the evidence. Sorry, guys, I'm messing up the scripture. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things unseen. And I feel like that was the message. And then we were closed out. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, so about the adult activity or the bad health. Describing this energy here too, when I was describing what we had seen in the running storylines that had, been persistently coming back to be updated, it almost sounded like somebody may have had some bad health. So the bad health card number 31 is that, but there's also a dualistic, multifaceted translation here where it can also point to adult activity, as does this card embodiment and this one over here, the Ten of Swords. So that card is making an appearance. Okay, and also this 19, the card number 19, which is the coffin card. So there is where likely in this deck you would find the 13 major arcana energy, the death card energy, the 8th house Scorpio's energy, as I had started to explain in this stream around here, when I thought, why am I looking at the 15 major arcana instead of the 13, for an example? Why am I looking at the devil card instead of the death card, for an example? Looking now at that energy potentially there in the 3rd placement. So it reminds me of the scripture that talks about letting the wheat grow with the tares, so that if the gardener were to pluck the weeds too early, the good seeds would also be disrupted. But so that the harvest could come to its fullest potential, the scripture talks about let the wheat grow with the tares, and at the end, when the harvest comes, the purge would also take place, and it would be easier to discard the tares, aka the weeds, the things that you don't want there. But also compassion for the situations and scenarios that might really talk about the transition of a loved one. Let's see. So I do want to take a moment there of a pause for anyone going through that type of situation, because it is represented there as a possibility. And then also picking up to the symbolism aspect of it, where we did already talk about the natural progression. In any garden, there is the pruning that takes place. Some of the love interests don't make it to the finish line for whatever reason. Some of the love interests. So it's just it's a general reading. It's not intended to resonate with everyone. So different storylines do come out. In reality, it looks like it. That's what happens in reality. So the Nine of Swords is there. I feel like the good news is that for the most part, I think like 90%, maybe 85%, just being generous was good. And so there was a high likelihood of success. It could even be 95%. And there was only one little tidbit, reference toward some of those love interests not making it. And it does express some grief with that Nine of Swords. Then it is what it looks like. Let's see if there's anything else, because technically that card, it does close out a chapter. But let's see if there's anything else before leaving off. Okay, so change, card number 9. Card 37, poverty. 32, despair. 20, house. 10, journey. You know what's interesting about that is, remember when we talked about in this placement where I asked, why am I not seeing the 13 major arcana, aka the 8th house? The 8th house. And remember, we talked about the 8th house does govern taxes and inheritances. So just for educational purposes, I like to explain this process. Like I always say, the disclaimer is, don't take my word for it. Take everything with a grain of salt. Do your own research and due diligence, including I like to share my process. So if and when you pull your own cards, you have an idea of, hey, this is one way to do it. So I do like to take my time and just be transparent with you with the translations, even those translations that aren't necessarily all good, like the 13 major arcana, which does point to a death. Occasionally it does talk about that. And so in the 8th house, which is why I was wondering, why don't I see that energy in the 2nd placement, but seeing it here in the 3rd placement, which in this trajectory talks about energies in the near future, and it's a short-term reading, it would suggest, okay, we already described, because it makes sense that it's in the 15th major arcana, because there's a time for the germination in the process, and a higher likelihood for success in this growth to be abundant and to produce, as described. So then feeling that 13 major arcana in the 3rd placement, and then you start to look at inheritances. So the potential for an inheritance and a potential for a change in one circumstance. We did see the poverty card there, and then we saw a change. We saw a house. So a house could be an inheritance on the horizon, or just pointing to the inheritance. So the teachable moment that I want to share there is, this is an application where one could look, an astrologer and/or a seer would look in the 8th house and get that type of information. Again, the 8th house, the 13 major arcana, aka the death card, is also the symbol, the embodiment of the 8th house. And again, that's Scorpio's house. Okay, guys, sorry to be redundant, but not to be redundant. And again, and when that energy comes into a reading and it begins to translate as such, and maybe somebody is coming into an inheritance or has come into an inheritance, and this house, the seventh house, or otherwise, in relationship reading, sometimes there's a highlighted area of concern. Pay attention to the red flags. A person of interest could be in your energy trying to or wanting to exploit the situation. They could be, interested and attracted and putting on a show, for an example, especially, be careful. Be careful. Be careful about that. So, I'm not sure if, because already this reading has drawn out, I'm not sure if if we seen that in the cards, it would have been mentioned around here, I think, that highlighted area of concern. But otherwise, I don't remember it being mentioned in this reading. I mentioned it just for educational purposes. So let's see. So we have the journey, the card number 10, a pathway. So that's again another form of the journey. But you seem like there was a long distance journey where you seen the current getting on a train or something. That describes a certain type of time, as well as this, a certain type of time. But the pathway, okay, great fortune. All right. And there too, I'm reminded to go back to the interpretation, guys, that for educational purposes, we did stay around the eighth house energies, and we talked about what we talked about. But I'm reminded to dislodge us from that storyline respectfully, to add additional context, seeing the great fortune and etc., reminding that in general the reading is talking about changing a person's trajectory. For those who have gone through a state of lack and or poverty, is the card that made an appearance, and how this is describing a change, and we're describing a journey, a pathway, and we keep on seeing great fortune and abundance. So even if it's not an inheritance, even if it's not the shared resources described in the eighth house, especially as it relates to other people's money for educational purposes. Also, taxes is another example of that information there. But getting more into the general part of the reading, great fortune, a change in direction, a change from lack to prosperity, and the great fortune card 26. And then there's the 19th card with the coffin, which closes that chapter out. So it kind of is the card that makes appearances that could close my confirmations out that I'm looking for, or my clarifiers. But technically, the first card is another card that closes me out. Okay, but here, guys, remember, you know what's interesting about that? Wow. Okay, because I'm reading this in time with you, so I don't know what I'm going to see or not see. But, I spoke on being careful of a person who might come into the picture to exploit a situation. And the eighth house is a house where, one would read potentially about an inheritance that they come into. And sometimes we see a red flag. Be careful of the person that may be courting you. They might be exploiting a situation. This is a card energy combination that would, be a highlighted area of concern for that type of situation. So I just wanted to show you what that could look like. And then literally to see these card combinations sandwiched here. Okay, so that would definitely give you some caution, because you have the coffin here that would represent the transition. This too is the change, and then to have this context is everything would be a highlighted area of concern. So just showing you what that looks like for edification purposes. And then also keeping in mind that we're clarifying the Nine of Swords. And the Nine of Swords came out to clarify the Queen of Pentacles. We've seen multiple storylines coming out, and I feel like this is a good area to repeat and remind. The Nine of Swords is Gemini, the sun in the constellation of Gemini, a house that governs intellect, information, communication, technology, etc., just to mention it. Also siblings, right? We did mention siblings and, other familiar groups of people like neighbors, for an example. But let's go back to the siblings. Let's go back to, the person of interest that might be trying to exploit a situation, red alert type energies. If anybody would pull cards for themselves and see that, you know, that gives you an idea of what to look for an example, right? And then you're getting that the sun in Gemini is in the Nine of Swords energy. That's where I'm getting the third house. That's why I started to look for those symbolisms there potentially. But then you start to see the Nine of Swords looking stressful. We talked about the double or the multifaceted translations in the Nine of Swords, where it's not always a bad thing. And then you could start to see, it's tears of joy, for an example. It's excitement of a shock, like, oh my God, wow, type of, I'm so surprised, I'm overwhelmed with gratitude, to the actual pain and suffering translations that's typically rendered when this card comes into a reading. And now back to the sun in Gemini. The sun reveals, the sun exposes, and the sun blesses. I don't want to forget to say that too, because the sun blesses a situation as well. And the sun, back to the exposure of it though. Back to the sun hitting the intellectual counterpart, the symbolisms in the third house. Intellect, logic, information. So I just paused there to talk about it because that's the sun in Gemini, and those are the type of clarifiers that we're starting to see. All right. And then I'm being closed out there with the first card. Okay. All right, so we took some time there, and I'm taking the time here, guys, to familiarize new subscribers and also to update the older subscribers. It's been a while since we've done this, and there was at least a year or more that I only did audio only readings without the camera showing the cards. So I just want to familiarize you guys with the process, and also card translations, card definitions. That's what we do on the channel occasionally. So let's see. I want to thank you all for your support on the video, on the channel. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat. I'm going to be right back after I stack these cards, and then we'll move into the 8th house, which is Scorpio's house. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Scorpio, aka the 8th house. Okay, so, all right. So in this reading here, the energy trajectory, it's moving toward emotionally walking away from something at the end of the day. At the end of the chapter here in this energy reading, we're looking at the trajectory and the way energy is moving through the house. It's a short-term reading as energy changes all the time. Even a simple thought can change the trajectory of the way energy is moving. And with that being said here, the moon, even a simple thought can change the trajectory and the way energy is moving. Thank you so much for your support on the channel and on the video, and interacting with me in the chat, and with each other in the chat, and with the Most High in the chat. For those who are in your prayer closet, He knows what we have need of before we even ask Him. And speaking of that, so yesterday, I came online venting for those who ever tuned in to hear my vent. I do that a lot. Sometimes I will call it unintelligible venting because, it might be hard to catch on to what I'm trying to say or whatever. But I talked about introducing some content to the channel in my readings, and I questioned. It was more of a rhetorical question because I feel obligated to do when something begins to be pronounced to me to mention it. For an example, I was reading with a deck at one time, and I came back after a long hiatus. Right, I came back after a long hiatus away, and like I said, and also reading off the camera, using this deck. In this deck, I was intentionally using this deck because the Most High was working with me and moving me away from these decks with particular illustration and symbolism, and just wanted me to use something very basic, very neutral, So I was using this, and when I first started using this, I could not tell any reversals for a long period of time. So I was able to read without reversals. Then suddenly I started reading and reversals became very apparent. It just started standing out to me, and I was like, oh my God, is that a reverse? That is a reversal. And I was so excited and surprised, like, wow, I can read reversals now? And it was like a shell-shocking moment, like, oh my God, whoa. Because then it was like, well, do I read the reversals? When it's standing out. It started to touch on my own interpretation and my own philosophical, perspectives about reversals. There's a time and there's a place and there's a way that I'll accept a reversal or not, first of all. Like, it's like I don't accept all reversals. But because I started to suddenly, out of the blue, see reversals, then it started to be presented like, am I going to accept that reversals? And then it started to be like, okay, well, let me introduce this to the channel. Look, guys, there are reversals here. This is a reversal. But it wasn't until I started noticing reversals And once I started noticing, I needed to take some time and pray and ask God about it. And, what I'm saying? And then it's like, okay, well, now since I'm seeing reversals, how do I handle reversals now in this very simple, plain deck that started out neutral for me? I was very plain, very basic. I wasn't seeing reversals, for an example. So et cetera, et cetera. Like, so when I'm not seeing a reversal, when I'm not, reading for reversals, there's different ways that I'll accept a reversal. Now we've gone over that on the channel, and we'll go over it some more. But I said all of that to say, likewise, when a certain translation is pronounced in my readings, how do I, as a reader, relate that to the audience? How do I, as someone who calls myself a Christian, because I ask the Most High, because I'm like, God, if I'm not a Christian, because what I do is very controversial, and a lot of Christians will disown me or disassociate with me or condemn me or whatever. God, am I a Christian? Because if I'm not, I will unsubscribe. I don't want to be offensive to anybody. Blah blah blah. How do I, as a believer in Christ, Yahshua the Most High, deal with these concepts? How do I relay it to my audience? So I kind of dealt with that yesterday, vented about it yesterday. And here it is again. The card I'm talking about is the Moon card now. It's a Moon card. So if and when I casually talk about, someone could be doing witchcraft, somebody could be putting a spell. Okay. So the audience on this channel, I have done what I could do to let everybody know I believe in the Most High. I believe in Jesus, Yahshua. I say Jesus intentionally because some people are offended by the name Jesus, but they might be more welcomed or, affectionate toward the word Yahshua. Some are indifferent to all of the names, knowing that his name is above anything a human could speak for reals. It's more on a frequency and vibrational level that you have to resonate with in a state of being authentically, which is why you could never really truly blaspheme the name of the Most High for reals, because people can't even say the name. But anyways, we go on and on about that. So I went out of my way to let everybody know, hey, I believe in Jesus. I pray in the name of Jesus, Yahshua. And I also read the tarot so that the audience here, the subscribers here, won't be offended if and when I stop to pray, if and when I mention the name of Jesus, mention the Holy Spirit, etc. So as a believer, when it comes to talking about witchcraft, sorcery, putting a spell, doing that type of work, you may find that in the Moon card. Context is everything. Context is everything, okay? So, because also, even I myself, and a lot of times Christians in general, will do things that are very witch-like, and this is my personal opinion, okay? This is my personal opinion. I could be wrong. I'm not a preacher or a teacher. I'm a student of life sharing my spiritual journey. I have personally found some Christians who demonize or who talk negatively about, oh, that's witchcraft, oh, that's da 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 da, not realizing that they themselves are doing it without knowing that they're doing it. But anyhow, that's a whole nother subject. Oh gosh. But I said all that to say, for an example, I like to do short-term energy readings because energy changes all the time. Even a simple thought can change the trajectory and the way that energy is moving, and that only the Most High has the final say. And so, I like to read as often as I can consistently because I appreciate the messages. I appreciate premonition knowledge, foreknowledge, it's giving me room to pray about something, giving me room to ask the Most High for wisdom on how to handle a situation. And then with that, I take my own personal code of ethics and my belief systems of what's permissible for me to do and what isn't permissible for me to do. You know, the Most High says, for an example, vengeance is mine, I will repay. You know, the Most High makes certain promises to us. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. The Most High, you know, promises if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. So sometimes in this moon energy, which describes unknowns, you don't really know what's going on in that moon energy. You don't know. That's what it's saying. You don't know what's happening in that moon, under the moon there. All right. So hopefully eventually one day I'll get better at, you know, addressing those topics in my readings. Who knows? Maybe one day I won't take the time to try to explain anything. But I did. I wanted to say that, especially it's the 8th house that the moon energy is, you know, so the 8th house deals with that too. The 8th house deals with the occult and among a lot of other things. The 8th house governs many things. Speaking of, so let's just read about for a second. What does the 8th house govern? According to this textbook, Astrology for Idiots. Okay, the 8th house. Sex, money, and other equally important matters. The 8th house is the second of the 3 so-called mystical houses, or house of endings. The others are the 4th and 12th house. So the water signs, the 4th house is Cancer, the 12th house is Pisces. This house is about shared resources, and that includes everything from taxes, insurance, and business mergers to inheritances and marrying for money. The 8th house is also known as the house of death and regeneration because it is related to transformation and physical death and deals with transforming physical things back into energy. All right, so there. Transforming physical things back into energy. Transforming physical things back into energy. The trajectory and the way energy is moving through this house right now, I feel like it is describing that. In the moon energy, there's unknown. What's happening in that moon energy? Yes, eventually I'm going to work that out. I'm going to work on it and get some clarifiers. But I like to take a moment to look at it in its natural form. These are the cards that came out in the spread, and that's what we're looking at. So let's see. It says regeneration is about more than death, too. It is about individual transformations, whether emotional, physical, mental, or spiritual. For this reason, the 8th house includes the life forces which are concerned with sex, birth, and the afterlife as well as death. Here is where you'll find your instinctive desire to reproduce, as well as how you cope with and understand the mysteries of life. It's also where marriage is consummated and all forms of intimacy are found. Your eighth house is your eighth house also seems to unveil a bit of the mystery surrounding your death, although when it will recur can never be found in your chart, at least not by Western astrologers and or seers. It is the house of physics. It is the house of psychic powers. It says occult mysteries and occult knowledge. So occult also, it translates to like the unknown or mysteries hidden. But anyhow, let's see. The eighth house is naturally ruled by Scorpio. It is associated, its associated planets are Mars and Pluto. Okay, so it's also associated with all forms of subtle energy. All forms of subtle energy, right? So the moon, in a way, okay, context is everything, right? So when I'm pointing to the moon, I don't mean to say by any means when you see the moon that points to Scorpio. But in this reading, it's resonating a lot in context of why it's there on the stage. So when talking about subtle or subtle energies, the moon is governing, like in this reading, it's talking about unseen mysteries, the unknown. So let's see what it says about the eighth house is naturally ruled by Scorpio, and its associated planets are Mars and Pluto. So it's also associated with all forms of subtle energy. So this is how you can see, you are able to see Scorpio's energy in the moon. Let's see, for this reason, it is related to higher mathematics, atomic energy, and sciences that deal with complex energies such as physics. In addition, the eighth house is the area of corporate or political resources. So this is where an astrologer or seer would look on the world stage, for an example, to see political resources and corporate resources. And some people with strong eighth house might be active in one of those areas. All right, your eighth house sign describes how you make your life changes and what attitudes or areas you need to transform. Your eighth house ruler describes where and how you encounter areas of your life that need to be transformed. The house where Scorpio, the corresponding natural sign, lies reveals what areas of your life need to be regenerated and where you need to merge your energies with others. All right, so definitely want to take some time to read about that so that those of you, the viewers, can get multifaceted translations to your readings if it does resonate. All right, so thank you for your patience. So let's take a look. But yeah, I don't know. I just realized yesterday I should maybe take a moment to comment on the moon when it makes an appearance and it looks like there could be, you know, the controversial, there could be someone doing some spell work, there could be some occult, you know, things, controversial things for some, maybe not for others. And also, I guess, to speak on my current standpoint and how I feel about it, you know, personally, I don't subscribe to doing spell work or, you know, that type of witchcraft or anything like. But then again, I guess maybe somebody could look at what I'm doing and disagree and say, oh, you're doing it and you don't realize you're doing it. But anyways, personally, I really adhere to free will. Like, so an example, if I'm in a love relationship, I don't personally want to be doing spell work towards my lover because I want a lover who's going to choose out of their free will to be with me. And I also personally, I feel that if it's not the lover that's like in my face or that's in my energy currently, I do believe that there is someone out there for me. And the more I waste my time with the wrong one, then, you know, that doesn't make sense either. But that's my personal perspective. And just because that's my personal perspective, if I see something going on in a reading, I need to read it as I see it. And but my particular style of reading is to be vague and objective so that you can resonate and put your storyline there if it applies. All right. So let's see what goes on. So I'm going to continue working on this and pull some clarifiers. But so far, it looks like Scorpio's energy comes into the reading with the Knight of Pentacles. So this is something that Scorpio has been focused on for a long time. It's been a long time coming, potentially something they've worked on, nurtured, because Pentacles are the slowest moving energy in the deck. So the Knight of Pentacles has momentum behind it. There's momentum behind it. So with it being the slowest moving energy in the deck, and it on the stage with momentum, it's coming towards you, Scorpio. And when I mention Scorpio, if it's actually resonating more with Scorpio's cross watcher or someone or something in Scorpio's energy field, in a relationship dynamic, there's potential for twin flame, soulmate in the mirroring of it all. But so anyhow, something that Scorpio has been working on for a while is on the stage with momentum, energetic momentum. It's headed into the moon though. So I'm going to work on some clarifiers to get additional context and see if there is additional information about why the moon is there. But as of now, there's unknown. There's something that's very unknown. There might be hidden agendas. We don't know. Scorpio themselves may want to be concealing their activities on a need to know basis, for an example. And even in that situation, if that's the case, then the Most High will not give me that information. So we'll see how it goes. But anyhow, it's progressing to the Eight of Cups. So the Eight of Cups comes into a reading, and my readings, the Eight of Cups comes in to describe emotional detachment, walking away from something after spending a lot of time and energy there, feeling that they've accomplished everything that was meant to be accomplished there, learned everything that was meant to be learned there, and spent so much time actually when it comes into my life, like in this reading, if I feel, oh, I'm so exhausted in this energy, it is definitely time to walk away from it. It starts to feel quite toxic. But anyhow, take it how it resonates if it does. But we're looking at an emotional departure, detachment, walking away. Actually, literally walking towards the moon. And we have the moon in the reading. All right, so, let's see how what happens, where we go with that. And sometimes I'm inspired to wonder when I'm looking at a reading like this, where did my pinnacle go? This is an energy reading. Pinnacles are valuable. And when I'm moving through, a transformative embodiment, like whatever it is, the moon or whatever it is, where did my pinnacle go? Where did my pinnacle go? So, I like to work with a stacked deck because I intentionally want to see sequential order. I want to see major and minor arcanas when they make their appearances. I like to look at the suit and the element that makes its appearance, so I do that. So an example, where did my pinnacle go? I'm starting out with valuable pentacles, and I'm walking away with the element of water, which is emotions. What is that? All right. Now, here, however, when we were in the 7th house, we seen a lot of 8th house energy, Scorpio energy, making an appearance in the 13th major arcana as well, And so in the 7th house, which is the house that governs love, marriage, etc., we was looking in a garden, so to speak, right? And we went extensively to describe the garden and seeds planted. Does this not look like, context is everything, right? Different translation. Does this not look like potentially planting seeds, just like it almost did in a Libra's reading, planting seeds and then just trusting in the process and walking away. So with that concept in mind, and again we have the seventh house reading, which visually looked similar as well as energetically. Of course, the card placements were a little different, and you'll see that if you go look there in that reading. But this could definitely look like a spiritual, because so it's like, where do my pentacles go? Right there. Where did my pentacles go? Right there. Someone is planting seeds, potentially, and then walking away, trusting in the process. So what's happening right here? We talked about a lot of things that could be happening right here. Please forgive me in my ignorance as I tried to explain it from my words where I am in my life right now. It could have, but we spent time to talk about that right there. What's happening in the moon? Prayers, intercession, something hidden, maybe something Scorpio doesn't want. It's on a need to know basis type energy. It's meant to be sold, not told type energy. Intimacy, passion. It's a lot of things. Water, spiritual cleansing, healing, spending time here and becoming very intuitive. And all of those houses, but actually like the fourth house, Cancer's house, the 12th house, Pisces house, and this is Scorpio's reading in the 8th house. And these are very deep houses that deal with a lot of deep concepts and things. But anyways, what's happening there? I'll leave it open to your I'll leave that open for those of you who might resonate. And then on a more like black and white, maybe atheist level, or just stay logical and let's stay in the the black and white of it all. Someone could have came to make a love offer, for an example, wanted to invest in something. It doesn't have to be love, whatever it was, but maybe they came to it with those intentions and found nothing there. Maybe ghosting, maybe just like maybe their gut feeling tells them, no, I don't want to invest in that, or the sky is the limit. But that could happen as well. Like, oh, where is it? Like I said, where is my pinnacle? Where is it? And they could just be like, all the intentions that they had for the pinnacle, and for, all the intentions that they had, they could have just left it there. Those could be like the emotions, the thoughts, just left it and walked away detached, because maybe nothing was there, or whatever was there. Maybe there was dissonance there, So there's a translation possibility as well. So let's see what we see. Let's see what we can see, if anything. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify these card combinations. Please clarify this reading in the cards. All right. So there off the page, I feel like there's a confirmation of what I said already. I feel like that's a sigh of relief, because I was very long-winded. But we talked about throughout this live stream when the Nine of Swords makes an appearances and the dual interpretation, the multifaceted interpretations that we could have there could be excitement, oh my goodness, wow. Look at that. It could be that type of energy, or it could be, oh my goodness, wow, look at that, in a disappointment type way, a stressful disappointment type way. Context is everything there, but we talked about the Nine of Swords, including the Nine of Swords is the Sun in Gemini. And so in most gardens, the Sun is very prolific and necessary to have the growth. So we're looking at swords there, which represent information, logic, etc., and the Sun there. There's some sort of realization. Over here, I feel like this is a confirmation of what was stated about the moon. The moon energy was looking like a fertile place to plant seeds. So we're looking at that being clarified with the Four of Fire. And so I feel like we talked about that, and that's a confirmation. The moon describes something that is hidden and or unknown. We're actually looking at a house there. So there could be on a need to know basis, there could be passion taking place there, yeah. It's a perfect place to plant seeds. Now looking at the Knight of Pentacles being clarified with swords, and we talked about the swords having a symbolic reference to information, technology, etc. So what is being planted there? Pentacles, concepts, intentional planting, very intentional. For an example, whatever it is that's on your to-do list, intentionally planting them, intentionally planting those seeds. For example, oh, I want to have a family. Oh, I want to have a lover. Oh, I want to get a raise. Oh, I want to improve my housing situation. Intentionally planting these seeds. And then faithfully walking away. In any case, if they're walking away, which is described in the third position, and clarified with this apprentice card, you can see the liberation and the freedom. So there's a clarity that there is a detachment and there's walking away. So whether planting the seeds in confidence and, and then walking away, or detaching as described and walking away. Let's see. And let's see. So when I mentioned mirroring, when mirroring is seen in a reading, how it points to the probability of twin flames and a soulmate. So there is a sense of mirroring here seen in these clarifiers. Free yourself. Free yourself. And that's what this person, what this card is representing, freeing yourself. However, this freeing yourself goes over here with this energy. So again, with the planting that was described there, and even for those, sorry, I'm trying to, let me fix my posture. Even in those connections those storylines that are romantic, basically, and the storylines that are romantic and it has X-rated adult content, freeing yourself and planting the seeds, as was described, that could be what is described there. But in any case, we're seeing some mirroring happening there. In the chemistry, we described how, this is also pointing to potentially planting the seeds, letting it germinate, and faith walking away from it after you've planted, allow it to germinate. You have faith in the process. So I feel like the chemistry clarifying the freeing yourself, but then we're also looking at, detaching and walking away, but the translation that points to a new beginning. So you're seeing chemistry here, and then you're looking at potentially another translation when it talks about freeing yourself. You're seeing both translations be possible. There's either a disconnect and a walking away that takes place, or there is actually some chemistry here, and there's a new connection, that is a bond that is forming here. Let's see, and that mostly you can see here in this second placement, because those two card combinations alone was looking more like energetically walking away, like, not having a connection, finding dissonance and walking away, the way I showed it to you on the board. But the reason I wanted to show it to you on the board was to see the mirroring, how the mirroring was, the twin flame energy that was potentially there. Even if there is a dissonance in the connection, sometimes twin flame connections do have dissonance and they do break up, they do move away, especially after that connection seems to have taught and brought everything that it was meant to teach and bring. And if it turns out to be more toxic, but we talk about that on the channel when that happens. But here's the second position, and you can see here being described, there is the house, there's stability, and there's that moon energy that we've talked about, and it being clarified with this retreat. It's time to disconnect from the world. And you can see the picture there that they are going to spend some quality time together. So there's a lot of different translations. I want to explain my process, especially because for more of you to have resonance when you pull your own cards, for an example, or you do your own research, you can see what resonates for you in the storyline. It's really interesting too that there continues to be in every position a sentiment that talks about releasing and freeing oneself. I think that's really interesting. But let's see. Just a moment, guys. Let's see. A song is coming to mind, and I never paid attention to the lyrics in this song. And I'm really interested if it resonates. And what does this song say? But let me see, because this, if it does resonate, that would be crazy, because I don't even really know the lyrics to this song. And I'm not even sure about the name of the song. It's by Eminem, Lose Yourself. Let's see, look, if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? Yo, his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking. How? Everybody's joking now. The clock's running out. Time's up. Over. Blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes rabbit. He choked. He's so mad. But he won't give up that easy. No, he won't have it. He knows his whole back's to these ropes. It don't matter. He's dope. He knows that. But he's broke. So stagnant. He knows when he goes back to his mobile, when he goes back to his mobile home, that's when it's back to the lab again. Yo, this old Rhapsody better be, let's see, this old Rhapsody better go capture this moment and hope it don't pass him. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Don't miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. That song, guys. That's pretty dope. I see why that song is pretty epic, listening to the lyrics of it, reading the lyrics of the song. But that was really a sentiment. I feel like that song came to mind in this reading with the free yourself. That was like the sentiment I was feeling in the freedom. An opportunity, don't let it go, a once in a lifetime. All right. Let's see here. That's what I have in the 8th house reading. Thank you so much for your patience. I'll be back. Thank you for your patience. We're going to move to the 9th house, Sagittarius' house, in just a moment. Calling in your soulmate, healing family issues. What about that part? Calling in your soulmate, healing family issues. Okay, so the ninth house. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Sagittarius, aka the ninth house. Wow. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. All right, let's see here. Just want to check out the 10. Oh, oh, oh. I was going on and on about the 9 of Swords being the sun. The 9 of Swords is actually Mars in Gemini. The 10 of Swords is the sun in Gemini. All right. So I think because mostly when I mentioned the sun, it was dealing with the germination of seeds. Mars is not necessarily going to change that translation too much, except for, especially because there were more positive energies surrounding everything, but it does give context to the, like I said, it was probably between 25% or 9%. It was talking about a purge. But wow. Anyhow, so I stand correct there because I had to look it up again to see what the 10 of Swords is. The 10 of Swords is the sun in Gemini. And that's what we have. And it resonates here for Sagittarius's house, the ninth house, that governs higher learning. So I do stand correct here in this house of higher learning about that sentiment. And I do see that they're clarifying the 7 of Cups and those 8 of Swords. Oh, nope, it looks like I still need to double check my work because the 8 of Swords is actually Jupiter. Okay, which even makes even more sense, but my bad for making these subtle mistakes. So I just find a little comfort in the fact that I always say, but I don't think I've said it enough, don't take my word for it. You gotta do your own research. My bad. I'm not a preacher or a teacher. I'm a student. I'm still learning. I have to stand correction when I need to. So this is Jupiter's energy in this Wheel of Fortune, and this 8 of Swords is Jupiter and Gemini type energy. But I definitely was inspired to take a look at it, and because it really appeared that Sagittarius was going to be caught up in a moment where they were going to be surrounded by a muse type energy. It is an energy where you want to look at the cup if it's half empty or half full. Because this could be a muse. You know, the 7 of Cups, it indicates a state of potential confusion and disorientation from being overwhelmed. But if you look at the cup half empty or half full, if you look at it full, this is potential, especially if there was a lack of ideas, for an example, or if it felt like, you know, there may have been a block, like in a creativity, in a state of creativity. This right here would embody finally having a lot of ideas And these swords are perfect for that because the swords bring about the intelligence, the clarity needed, the ideas. So it's like being caught up in a muse state right here, where you can have the epiphanies and understandings to a lot of different ideas. So for my readings for Sagittarius, thankfully, I ran into a Sagittarius and I and they updated me about things that's going on, and it really resonated with some of the readings that I have been doing. And so, like, I was like, it seemed like Sagittarius was dealing with some prototypes, for an example, some sort of idea, and it looked like they were dealing with some rules and regulations about it. And it resonated with this particular Sagittarius, for an example, because they were launching some prototypes. They have a lot of things that they're launching, and they have been getting caught up in rules and regulations. They have been circumventing those pauses, but every time that they were paused, it presented a newfound like so many different potentials came out of that situation. It's like, wow, I could do this, I could do that, I could do this, I could do that. Like, where do I even start? But, you know, Sagittarius was definitely able to find a starting place for everything. Like, oh, you know what? It's just confirmation to let me know, wow, I hadn't been in touch with this Sagittarius, and coming up, updating me. This is the reading that I have been seeing. So here, again, it looks like they're in a perfect state to be in a muse, to come up with ideas about the different things that they have going on. Anyhow, and then with that energy, it's being restated here, I feel. But there's major arcanas explaining it, which I think is positive to have major arcanas, because that's like from the Most High, from above, the culmination of collective energies from free choices have come out in these major arcanas. Here, there's strong Jupiter energy, the Wheel of Fortune, which is a planet that governs good fortune, good luck. Things are going in a very great direction. And then the Hangman, also, this energy is like a human butterfly. A beautiful butterfly will emerge from this cocoon. This also talks about divine timing, because there is some time and duration in this state. I also like to refer to it as being caught up in the spirit, because this is a Neptune energy, very euphoric, dreams, you know, epiphanies, cutting edge technologies and masterpieces are likely had in this energy, because you're able to think outside the box. Your thoughts, your ideas, your epiphanies bring about an innovation, a technology that nobody's seen before. You know, these are the potentials that are had. This spin cycle right here, I feel like it talks about I feel like, thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. This Wheel of Fortune and this combination with the Hangman and everything that was described, I feel like it adds context to the rules, the regulations, you know, the pauses that we had seen take place, and how those pauses brought about and it catalyzed new opportunities for prosperity, you know, for somebody to turn and flip negatives into positivities. You know what I'm saying? Like, that pause and delay, it caused, like, for an example, a potential block, but one monkey don't stop the show. So then multiple prototypes were launched, because that one was stagnant or held up in the gridlock of the rules and the regulations. But while exploring how to get this prototype off the ground and get it through the radar, it also just catalyzed and inspired many other prototypes to go and launch forward. And now that these rules and regulations are under exploration and understanding in the intelligence in the house, the ninth house that governs higher learning, for an example, so it just launched many other prototypes that are going to reap residual passive incomes and benefits. But back to the spin cycle and back to this energy. This spin cycle, for an example, it takes laundry, you know, and after it goes through the wash, and after it goes through the spin cycle, the impurities are washed away, but you come out with your pure, refined product. So that's what's being described there. And then to have the Knight of Pentacles take the stage and be clarified with the King of Pentacles. Okay, so first of all, this confirms, yes, you have the Knight of Pentacles there, and you were meant to have the Knight of Pentacles here. You know, the Knight of Pentacles, the pages, the court cards, they're launched by the King and the Queens. So this goes back to me using a stacked deck intentionally so that I can see the major and minor arcanas. I can see the suit in their element when they come out on my reading table. Yeah, Queens and Kings launch the pages and the Knights. So it's refreshing to see this Knight launched by the King of Pentacles. Yes, the Knight has momentum and movement. Pentacles are the slowest moving element in the deck, the slowest moving energy in the deck. In this live stream, we have come to certain houses where we've seen the garden, and we've seen the planting, and we've seen the process of germination taking place. Pentacles are slow moving because it goes through a process before it goes and comes out as a pentacle of value and resources. So anyhow, to have Pentacles in Sagittarius's reading taking the stage in the first placement. This is something that you have worked for, nurtured, thought about for a long time with intention. This is a desired energy coming towards you. So it's very likely that you have already began to move into this energy, and if not, you will very soon. And so the progression, as the intention for this reading is to see the trajectory in the way energy is moving through the houses. It says you have received, you're receiving. Let's clarify this for a second. But the Pentacles, you're receiving your resources. You know what it is that you have been nurturing. It's on the horizon. It's ready to flourish. It's ready for abundance. It is going through a process, and like I said, there's a high likelihood that Sagittarius, in the meantime, is launching multiple prototypes while this process is going on. Multiple opportunities. So, for an example, passive residual income is on the horizon, but it does look like it's going through a cultivation stage. We've been seeing this be a running storyline for Sagittarius in the 9th house. They're cultivating this. They're taking their time. You know, some of them are running it through, you know, patents or the legalities of it. You know, the spectrum is wide as far as what they're dealing with and what they're launching. But we've been seeing them take meticulous time and attention to it to make sure that it's going to be successful. Very cutting edge, revolutionary masterpieces in technology. So let's see, what else? That's the trajectory. That's the way the energy is moving right now. So we can definitely put a pin in that translation as a finished reading. Okay, one thing that we didn't talk about, because I've been kind of more so focused on the house, and that's what the reading has been really talking about. Other things, a lot of other things, not just a love reading. Let's see here. But there has been a running storyline for some Sagittariuses too that dealt with reuniting with a loved one. Some of them are traveling to see a loved one. In that storyline, there were some Sagittariuses that definitely worked hard, even fighting through obstacles, preparing themselves to meet obstacles when they do meet this love interest. In some scenarios, it was a rescue mission that they knew that they were going to help their love, help somebody, their person of interest. So that had been a running storyline too. This one, would suggest that they're coming very near and or have met with this loved one. And again, the Pentacles here, as described, we have seen them that they're very intentional and capable at this point. This reading would signify, because we've seen it in progression of Sagittarius preparing for, you know, contingency plans. For an example, they were preparing to meet the challenge head on. It looked like they were prepared to meet whatever was going to be demanded on them, even if it was unknown. You know, they were just prepared to move in many dynamic different ways. So coming on the stage as the King of Pentacles with the Knight of Pentacles, I feel like Sagittarius's energy is showing up on the stage like, whoa, they never cease to amaze me. Do you see why they're coming on the stage? We've seen them in that process in the previous readings that were, you know, progressively moving here. We've seen them in the process of, we've seen the challenge, we've seen the tenacity, we've seen the odds against them. And now for them to show up on the stage with this glory of the King of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles, you see, they're ready. They're prepared. And so with that, we've seen them ready, we've seen them prepared, and we see the challenge here. And we've described how the challenge is now presenting itself. And again, we talked about how major arcanas take the stage as a cumulative emergence of collective energies from decisions made within one's own free will. This is the actions that you have made have produced such a beautiful energy to support you in your endeavors, that, you know, the preparedness to walk through this and have epiphanies and cutting edge technology that's ready to, that's progressing to be ready to produce and to launch. Do you see? So I try to get you guys familiar with my style of reading and to really hone into the fact that I like to do energy readings. It's the way my lingo describes it, to interpret it. Do you see the launch? You see this launch in progress? They're going through the meticulous stage of cultivating it, processing it, the muse, the ideas, but each sword. So this is the Seven of Cups. There's 7 cups here. Each cup is filled with a different idea, different muse, a different inspiration, different catalyst of potential. And this is the 8 of Swords. So there's a sword. A sword represents information, technology, logic, and all of those things. There's enough swords to hit and to meet each of these cups, and then also 1 additional sword after that, just to polish everything off, just to make sure everything is good. I said, can you see the launch that's ready to take off? It's ready for takeoff in this position. But technically it's like not ready because we see that it's in the stage of progress as described. But okay, so as far as this being a love reading, we have seen some readings that we're talking about, and we've seen Sagittarius in the process of going on a journey to meet somebody and prepared to meet them. Now in the storyline that we have seen in progress, we saw that this lover was in a position of duress and distress. There was a high likelihood, and Sagittarius was prepared to help and to meet this person in distress. So here could be their person. This energy could represent that person waiting, and this could be the meeting in progress, where Sagittarius was already prepared to meet their person, already prepared to meet the challenge, and this could be that depiction as well. And that storyline too, and all the storylines were left at a cliffhanger, you know, to be continued. We'll come back and see what happens and how this reading progresses. Now, as far as new connections, because there are potentially some new connections, not that running storyline that we had seen in progress, but a new connection could be on the horizon. Now, technically, it's not new, potentially. There's potential that it's not new, because again, the pentacles, those are slow moving embodiments. So, this could be a connection that has been nurtured and, cultivating for a while. And then I would want to rework on that for a bit more to get more context. And I also don't want to forget to mention that if the connection on the table is not one that isn't new but has been cultivated for a while, it suggests that you two have been working, you two both mutually, because there's mutual energy on the table, so there's a high likelihood of twin flame in the mirroring soulmate in this connection. And or you, one of you definitely has been working on yourself, so that you, when you meet your person, that you are capable and intentional of raising that connection to a higher level of commitment, that you're looking for a serious relationship. So in that case, I'm going to rework this and get more additional information to see. Because off the table, like I said, I'm kind of on a cliffhanger as to what that suggests, but it almost suggests that still I'm still picking up that there's a challenge in your connection, and it looks like it's in progress of being worked out, because we don't see abandonment in this connection at all. That's one thing that we don't see. It feels very much like a very close connection, even in duress, even in instability. And I think that's a beautiful relationship, a beautiful connection in that way to see in the cards. So again, for edification purposes, I want to put this up so you can see it and see if you see what I see. Because sometimes we see connections and it's clear to see that there is dissonance. It's clear to see somebody might be walking away and detaching, releasing, freeing themselves. Context is everything, of course. But in this one, do you see how in all the stages there is no detachment, there's no walking away, there's intentional desire to work this out. You can see how this connection is moving together. So even in duress or stress or dissonance and a rocky road, this couple is sticking together. They're trying to work it out. You could see if one of you, and it even appears that one of you is in a stressful situation, your person is thinking like, wow, what can I do? Trying to understand this. What does this mean? But the nice thing that you don't see, I think it's beautiful, is that you don't see this person running away. And you don't see them running away either. But what do I, and what is this? Type energy. And here too, this is the Wheel of Fortune described as a spin cycle. And you don't see walking away. This looks like order in the midst of chaos. This person is latched on and ready for the bumpy road, confident that it's going to work out. Epiphanies are had, like I said, cutting edge technology, thinking outside of the box, answers to questions that were impossible before to even fathom are suddenly common sense, elementary answers to be had. And then here, of course, you don't see any separation going on. Here, you see a match, a pair. They're capable of working together. This looks like the potential for a power couple. entering the stage. But so I just wanted to see, do you see what I see in that? And now I want to get additional information. True love. Free yourself. Worth waiting for. Religious factors. I want to work on those. And I want to look at the free yourself. But we did see true love. We saw worth waiting for, religious factors. All right. So here, thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. I appreciate you so, so much. The Holy Spirit is reminding me this Eight of Swords is described as a self-imposed imprisonment. So somebody is waiting here. They could have released themselves. They could have freed themselves a long time ago, is what's suggested. But they're choosing to stay here. And again, context is everything. So the traditional interpretation of the Eight of Swords, it does depict a self-imposed imprisonment. Now again, we have established the twin flame aspect here. So sometimes when you're picking up energy here, it could be of your person of interest and vice versa. But nonetheless, the Holy Spirit is reminding me that this is a self-imposed imprisonment. And then that reminds me, okay, so they could free themselves. They're surrounded by swords. This is a swordsman and or a swordswoman. Energy specific, not gender specific. You see feminine embodiment here in this depiction. Oh yeah. So again, with these being swords, this is a swords person. They're in a self-imposed imprisonment. They're waiting. They want to wait. This sword is information. We've already talked about how these cups are inspiration. And so I feel like that's a clarifier too, that yes, what you're saying there is true for all the applicable storylines, and even in this one. And also I feel like free yourself. This is the objective. We've already talked about Sagittarius meeting their person with the intention and already the foreknowledge that their person is going to need their help. Their person has the intention to free them from this situation, from this predicament. And it looks like because of the mutual component and the reminder that this is talking about freeing yourself, it looks like both of them can be free. Both of them, freeing them frees you type energy. It's even looking like, and adding context to Sagittarius, even outside of a love reading, for an example, but those that are working on prototypes, for an example, that somebody in Sagittarius's energy is helping with the muse and the process. We already said for some, like going off and getting something patented, a patent. Sorry, I talk funny sometimes, guys, and I stumble. But yeah, somebody is helping even Sagittarius get these ideas off the ground. They could be working with something. They could be running into partnerships such as that. The Eight of Swords also comes into like a money reading, for an example, describing an investment and, investing in that. The investment is tied up. So again, freeing yourself, there could be a collaboration going on to deal with that. The religious factor card that made an appearance here could point to these Eight of Swords, again, how they relate to a thought pattern in the religious factors. Sometimes it's not actual religion, but it is talking about a mindset, some hardwire value systems, for an example, or philosophies. And so at times, this Eight of Swords is looked at, it's typically looked at as somebody potentially being crazy. I like to go into the intricacies of it where it's not a crazy person, for an example. That's why I call it a self-imposed imprisonment, and others do too. But because somebody is holding on, and when you're in this Eight of Sword energy yourself, and then you might be listening to a reader and they say, oh, this person is crazy. But then you might feel within yourself, I'm not crazy. And then realize the self-imposed imprisonment. Well, we're entangled. I can't let go even if I wanted to. In some examples, we got finances tangled up. We have responsibilities that tangle us up. We're co-parenting that tangles us up, for an example type. We have shared assets, resources. We're running a business together. I couldn't leave tomorrow if I wanted to, type energy. Or I need closure. There's some loose ends I need to tie up, some unfinished business is how that is talking about. But for the religious factors, they're about the crazy aspect. Maybe somebody has a mindset that there's some dissonance, and then the Seven of Cups could be overwhelmed because of someone's, ideas and the way that their thought patterns, and it could be mystifying to Sagittarius and or vice versa. And the storylines go on to it if and when it is religious values or religious thought patterns that are contributing to the dynamic here. I like to be as vague as possible when I can, objective as possible in my definition, so you can find where, if it does resonate. And then here, worth waiting for, we can clearly see that they are worth waiting for. They're waiting for each other. They're patiently, working together. And then true love is clarifying this. True love. And we've described how clearly we were seeing that there was a loved one here and that it was true love, especially for Sagittarius to go to the extent that they were willing to go through, and that they looks like we're looking at them progress. And those storylines that resonate, you have to have true love to go through those mountains and valleys for your person. But that's being clarified, that's being reiterated, confirmed. In the oracle cards there. Okay, and so this is the reading that I currently have for the 9th house, and I'll be back to work on that, and we'll be moving to the next house, which is the 10th house, in just a moment. Okay, so the 10th house, Capricorn's house, and there's likely some cusp energy here for Capricorn Sagittariuses and Capricorn Aquarius. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for the 10th house, aka Capricorn. Okay, so we have been getting a running storyline in the 10th house for Capricorn. We seen some stress approaching the 10th house, Capricorn, and we had even seen Capricorn preparing to put an ace in their pocket. You know, potentially, if you know, the 10th house deals with the career, the house of career, rules and regulations, expectations, boundaries, and with that being established, boundary crossing, overindulgences, and toxicity, maybe addictions. But I said that because I just don't want to leave anything out with the 10th house. The Queen of Pentacles is technically Capricorn's card. Anyhow, it was clarified with the Three of Swords. So we had seen a particular storyline for Capricorns that, like, they already felt like their situation was going to get a lot more stressful. So if it had to deal with work and career, for an example, they were looking to get a different job, or at least, you know, maybe have two jobs that they're working at the same time, just in case they felt like one of their jobs became too stressful or just above the pay, like it wasn't worth, you know, it just wasn't worth it type energy. But in those storylines, there had been a message of hope. Like it looked like eventually this hard work, eventually the stress is going to diminish, and you'll see how it'll pay off in the long run. For those of you who wanted to continue sticking with it, you know, or maybe you didn't want to continue sticking with it, but for whatever reason, it just looked like things were going to improve. So I feel like that's being confirmed with here. We're looking at, you know, the confirmation of the stress. There's a heartbreak, you know, indication here that clarified it. And then here, these energies are looking like things are starting to look up. And also, finally, an end is in sight. At that Ten of Swords, and then it's clarified with the Apprentice, it confirms that an end is in sight. That's hopeful because this is a short-term energy reading, seeing the trajectory at a short, like this is a short term. So it's nice to see that that the end is finally making an appearance in that third position, which represent energies from the near future. The Ten of Swords too, that's the end of that cipher. It does confirm a painful chapter, a stressful chapter is coming to an end as well. So there's confirmations there for that running storyline. An update as far as that is concerned is there. Let's see. So as far as relationship that Capricorn might be dealing with, this particular storyline talks about one where there has been heartbreak, there's been a violation. That's represented in that Three of Swords. And then it looks like there's potential for reconciliation on the horizon, and your connection, you and your connection, moving into a new beginning together, you know, after reconciling and after rectifying um, the situation. Also, there has been a running storyline that suggests whatever the pain and the affliction is in the connection doesn't necessarily need to be one that Capricorn or their person inflicted upon each other or one another, but something that they're dealing with outside of their relationship. Especially how it, it always takes the stage at the front, so for an example, if Capricorn is just meeting a new person of interest, for an example, one of this person of interest could be going through things on their own outside of Capricorn, and Capricorn might be just a friend, or there with their person, watching their person heal from the situation. Take time to heal themselves is what's being described. And then it looks like the healing, the release is on the horizon as described there. And the apprentice, clarifying the Ten of Swords. So it looks like we have a continuation of previous readings that we have done. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. It looks like a reconciliation is possible here, because the Hangman, it does represent, there could still be like some out of contact and or some distance, or your person appears to be withdrawn in your connection. The Hangman is the energy that describes potentially healing, and divine timing. Yeah, their ability to, to get higher understanding of things that they didn't understand before. So like, for an example, if there is a connection that's at a dissonance right now, it suggests like your person is taking time away, but they're healing, and it looks like there's a high likelihood that they'll have understanding when they come back into the connection, that they're healing themselves and healing, the connection within themselves, so that when they come back, if they're in your midst but they appear to be withdrawn, that when they come back to you, that they'll be, you might notice a change in them, like a newfound maturity in them. Okay, so let's see, but I want to work on that some more, to look at, to see in the cards, to see what we can see, if anything. Hey, hi everybody in the chat, and everybody, thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. For those of you who have, I really appreciate that so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Worth waiting for. Getting to know each other. Retreat. All right. So I was wondering about reconciling there, and and describing how those energies appeared to be healing and preparing oneself to, to be a better lover, basically, when they return. The additional information also there is saying that the both of you together could be going through something, as it appears in the first position, and deciding to spend some quality time together. But so the both of you may be, caught up in that Hangman energy, where you're both spending that quality time together, healing each other, it says getting to know one another. So if you know each other already, um, getting to know, like I said, it looks like once you emerge out of that energy, that you're more mature before, something is different about you guys, about your relationship altogether. So it's being clarified with getting to know one another, and also worth waiting for those that may be at a distance in your connection, worth waiting for. So that confirms to me and adds some additional information there, as you could see visually in the connections. If and when your person is at a distance, what are they doing? Looks like they're healing, and it looks like they're waiting, and the clarifier says worth waiting for. So let's see. Religious factors. All right. Okay, so we definitely seen at least one of you going into a state where you're working on yourself, and it looks like when you come out of that cocoon, as we metaphorically described it, that you'll be more evolved and better prepared to take your relationship forward. And this placement suggests, though, that there could be, like, when that evolution takes place, uh, you might find your person needing to do some work as well on themselves. Your person may find themselves inspired by your evolution. But the reason why I say that is because this clarifier came that says love yourself first. And it is clarifying, like the Ten of Sword energy there. Love yourself first. So there's always that, chance that although there's there's indication there for the potential of a reconciliation. And it's interesting that in the reconciliation in that placement, it almost looks like your person never left, but clearly it feels like some aspect of you is diminished and they're waiting for you to fully return. So there could be distance, but energetically it feels like you haven't necessarily left. But anyhow, let's see. Freeing yourself, there's always that possibility, though, that in the near future there could be a disconnect in the connection and a walking away from it. It could be due to religious factors, like these swords representing a mentality, for an example. There could be too much dissonance, differences of opinions, or philosophical ideas or value systems. And then that points me to the first position where the Three of Swords are, where I wonder, it points me back there to wonder, what is the offense? What is the offense? And it doesn't have anything to, like, some offenses in some situations we go through in our relationship, and we come back to our lovers, and our lovers might find ourselves thinking totally different, changed by the situation that we have gone through. But that kind of seems to be one of the potential sentiments. So there's the religious factors, the love yourself, and then there's the finance and career. So it looks like that could be an issue as well, as the career aspect of it has been a highlighted running theme. Even when we were talking about seeing Capricorns, in some cases, think about getting a different job, finding an ace in their to put in their pocket, just in case this situation became too stressful. But if the reading does, if the one of the elements in a storyline has to do with finances and career, so that could be an issue there. Let's see. And then we have trust, and then we have this could be the one. So again, leaning towards the storylines where one is waiting and one is trusting, one is working on themselves to be a better lover in their connection and to move on into a new chapter together. We have the trust, and we have the this could be the one energy there. So let's see. Attraction. Attraction wanted to be seen, and engagement wanted to be seen. So these cards, I'm preparing to go into a shuffle, but at times, while I'm handling the deck, there will be appearances that have a resonance in the reading that I'm working on. It reminds me there about the reconciliation, about the potential for an engagement, and also that the reconciliation through the conversations, the heart to heart, the getting to know each other. You guys could come out of that with an engagement and moving your connection to a higher level of commitment, as described in the first position with the Queen of Pentacles, having the intention to work for this connection and move it to a higher level of commitment. It's all energy specific, not gender specific. But I was pointing there. I'm shuffling here to rework this position, the third position, in just a moment, because I want to recheck those clarifiers. Let's see, attraction, you deserve love, romantic feelings, attraction, true love, passion, very soon, okay. And I almost forgot, how could I forget, that this card also comes into a reading to point towards adult activity, X-rated content. One of these these oracle cards, clarifying cards, reminded me of that. But okay, so I wanted to pull some additional cards to evaluate again, because there was a slight indication of that the connection could result in a breakup. So I wanted to look here and see how many of these oracle cards would lean toward a breakup. And I'm only finding a small percentage here, and even that doesn't feel like a hard breakup, but it says give your relationship a chance. So that's hope. But of course, that hope being presented in the first place does give context that there could be a breakup, and a walking away from that. But so I just wanted to look and see if there were more supportive or, more negative or energies that point toward a breakup. But here, there's even hope. Give your relationship a chance. There's heart to heart conversation, giving your relationship a chance. Chemistry, romantic feelings, and worth waiting for. Okay, so I wanted to talk about that too. And that's what I have here. Okay, let's see. But I do want to look in this Three of Swords though. Let's see. Why is the Three of Swords there? Let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, why is the Three of Swords here? Alright. Alright. So most of my clarifiers point to it not being an offense that was made in this connection. So there's a high likelihood. And I mentioned that before, so that part is being confirmed that whatever the person is dealing with is not because of this relationship. There's a high likelihood because of all of the clarifiers that came out were romantic and were loving in the connection. Let's see. Like the honeymoon, getting to know each other, stay optimistic, very soon clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. Those were the clarifiers that were there. So it also suggests, yeah, that the offense, the pain, it looks like there's a high likelihood it wasn't caused by this relationship. Just want to look in another deck. Okay, so again, there could be bad health. This is the 31st card that says bad health. Again, this is the card too that points to erotic adult activity sometimes. But let's see what else. Okay, house. Okay, change. Okay, the main woman. Alright, so someone in, there could be someone, a person of interest that's having bad health. Something about housing. Maybe you guys are thinking about relocating. So, those are some other examples that the stress or the pain or the offense could have some application that's outside of the connection. And that's being seen from another deck. So this is a general reading, and that's what I'm picking up so far. Thank you so much for your patience. We will move to the 11th house, and we'll be back to work on this one as soon as possible. Let's see. The 11th house is Aquarius's house. All right, and we'll be right back in just a moment. Okay, let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aquarius, aka the 11th house. Okay, so for a while we have had a running storyline of Aquarius. I had called it some rescue missions, and then it had looked like on the rescue missions there was a lack of appreciation and or reciprocity. It looks like this is a continuation of that, and it looks like the same message in a different card form. So the same message coming toward Aquarius. I would say maybe like a warning or a yellow alert, orange alert. Like, if this resonates, depending on the circumstance, because it still seems to be a running storyline talking about, Aquarius's energy going in to help someone and not meeting the equitability and being disappointed about that. So let's see here. The first thing that comes to mind, though, if this does resonate, we had been seeing, like, in the second house, for an example. In the first house, it looked uh, like in this houses, it looked like there was some testing going on where the person of interest was thinking about blessing somebody, or thinking about including them in a plan, for an example, but they put them through some tests. That's the first thing that comes to mind. It almost looks like Aquarius might want to do that, because I keep seeing scenarios where it looks like Aquarius's energy shows up full throttle and abundant and beautiful and pristine, like at the highest extent, at the highest height of pentacles, and not being able to meet their match, not just being very disappointed. It looked like the people were unappreciative. It looked like in some cases, but I feel like Aquarius was too suave to even allow themselves, but almost like the people weren't even capable of handling your quality, and looked like they had a high potential of mishandling you also. In each situation, you were pulling rabbits out of your hat and flipping negatives into positives. But yeah, I'm seeing a continuation, and this one looks like hopefully there's some time or some warning, some premonition that you might be headed into another situation like that before it even takes place. This reading looks like it's potentially coming just in time to warn you, yeah, to be cautious. Let's see. Because you can see here, this looks like there may be some fair warning in that case. Like, be cautious, because you might be headed into another situation like that. You can see here Aquarius's energy showing up high value. I mean, but definitely if you check out those previous readings for Aquarius, you'll see energetically how they're showing up. And then there's disappointment at the end of the day. And this is the embodiment that, and it's a major arcana that does describe the scales being balanced. Like, is it reciprocal? And so with that, and this being a major arcana, again, with the warning, it looks like there may be a repeat karmic pattern establishing or established, where this would be like this reading. The reason I say it looks like a warning too, is because this is past energy, this is present energy, this is near future. So there would be like a warning here because you look at this knight moving with momentum forward, but it does look like context is everything is kind of paused looking. And again, pentacles are not the fastest moving energy in the deck because pentacles move like that. They'll pay attention. They'll notice something, like they're analytical. They'll pause at something that looks a little off. They, altogether, like I said, pentacles are slow moving because they might even decide to reroute. They might go right back to the queen or king that launched them. So there's a pause there. And then there's a pause here, and it's a major arcana 2, which is the culmination of collective energies that one makes within their free choices. And here's a minor arcana. So this is one of those examples. This is a minor arcana 2 of, our free choices. But when all of that culminates and it comes to you in a major arcana, so that's another warning, I feel like, too. And it, like I said, is the justice. And the justice balances the scales. The justice also points to the 7th house, a house of Venus, the house of love, the house of marriage, and a house of partnerships too. I found myself correcting myself when I was saying the house of love and relationships. It's actually partnerships because it doesn't really just talk about relationships, but partnerships like business acquaintances, for an example. But anyhow, and then you see that there's disappointment. So let's see. Okay, and thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. Okay, so let's see here. There is indication of a twin flame connection. There is indication of potential mirroring here. And let's see. Let me see here. Does this work as a pointer? My screwdriver. Let's see. Does this work? Okay, well, I could probably find a better one day. But here's the Knight of Pentacles, and here's the Knight of Pentacles. So you can see that there's some mirroring there potentially. So the connection might be a twin flame soulmate connection. Now, this is interesting, and we'll get to that in a second. This is a clarifier because remember when I said, and it's interesting how context is everything, and how the same how the same image can transform depending on that context. Because usually I've been looking at the knight and I've been describing the knight. Hey, there's momentum here. Your knight is moving forward. But in this case, it looked like the knight was paused. Like, hold on, wait a minute. And I'm really grateful to see that clarifier though. You see there? The knight is paused for sure, just as described. And I do have to take a moment to be like, man, look at how beautiful that knight is, dude. And I've been talking about Aquarius's energy lately, yo. It's like, I've even been describing, it feels like wherever they are, blessings are, like a pyramid type energy, like the trickle down effect, because it's almost like The Knight pauses, but then look at all these residual, look at all those pentacles on the tree. But anyhow, the Knight is paused, looking here. All right, let's move away from that part. If you can, can you look away from all the glitter and the glamour? Like, ooh, how is Aquarius showing up? How is Aquarius moving? The thing about this pinnacle tree is they're considering whether or not to nurture, whether or not to cut their losses. If they're deciding on keeping it, what does it need to be abundant to get those pinnacles off the tree? What do they need to keep doing? What do they need to do more of? What do they need to do more of? You know, what type of pruning they need to do. So yeah, confirmation of the Knight pausing in consideration. And then we're moving into what we already described as another pause. You know, or at least the indication like, yeah, this is pause. This is a warning. You know, pay attention to the red flags. You know, use the energy, use the experiences that you've used already to decide if you want to reroute or what are you going to do. Because it looks like a familiar pattern is establishing, maybe a repeat. But anyhow, we also pointed to the fact that this is Libra's energy, pointing us to the 7th house, the house of relationships, partnerships, I emphasized, because it could include a business, co-worker type relationship, platonic relationships, etc., but partnerships. So we did talk about that. 7th house, this Empress here is also Libra's energy, pointing to the 7th house. And the Empress also has 2nd house energy. So remember when it was, I said, hey, this looks kind of, it feels similar to readings that I've seen in the 2nd house describing, it looked like the 2nd house was vetting and the 2nd house was testing before they were blessing their persons of interest to see, you know, some of them had a suspicion that they were going to respond and react in a certain scenario, and then their suspicions were validated or, you know, etc. Data was presented to be analyzed, and then they would determine how, you know, they would dispense the gift, if they would dispense the gift, etc. Tailor suited, etc., etc., etc. But anyhow, their 2nd house energy, Taurus energy here too. This is the Empress. The Empress is abundant, capable, fruitful. So the justice is being clarified with the Empress. Interesting. Now, the interesting too, the other part that I said I would get to is how we're looking at this Knight of Pentacles show up again in the 3rd position. Let's see. So we had the Knight of Pentacles show up in our 1st position here as described. And then this is our 3rd position. Then you see the Knight of Pentacles showing up again with the 9 of Swords. So for an example, if and when Aquarius decides to reroute and cut their losses, you know, like you let me down one too many times already type energy, like nah, not again. We're just gonna go ahead and circumvent and go around that. Huh. That's a possibility. We did talk about the double meanings, though, of the 9 of Swords. Sometimes it's surprise, like, oh my goodness, oh, tears of happiness. But how does the energy feel to you? Does it feel like because this is how the spread presented. So far, let's see. It's really clear and cut to see the way the energy is moving here. So we could put a pin in it at that. Let's see. Let's see if we can get some clarifiers. Mostly curious about this area right here. All right. So far, it seems to lean more towards. I actually still need your input. If this reading resonates with you, how do you see it? How does it resonate with you, if at all? Let's see. Yeah, it goes like that. So far the clarifiers, children, retreat. See the image in there, a couple retreating. So it reminds me that these readings were appearing to be rescue missions. So it looks like Aquarius could come and, with this rescue mission, and this energy looks like, oh my goodness, you came, Aquarius. And they run off into the sunset to go spend some personal time together. And also a wedding is here. So this night here, speaking of the nights, they do come to raise a connection to a higher level of commitment. So there could be a wedding here as well. And also this encouragement to stay optimistic about your love life. So all of the clarifiers have actually supported the energy here with positive and encouragement. Positivity and encouragement. Okay. So let's see here. So with that also, I would have to also point out, it does remind me here that there is potential, and there has been always potential in this reading, that there are multiple opportunities, multiple, we have actually seen a running storyline that Aquarius was being pulled in multiple directions. And, a lot of different people, different places wanted Aquarius to be at a lot of different places, So with this whole deciding and, pausing and being warned and et cetera, they could have chosen to take a certain. So it just reminds me that the Pinnacle Tree is not just one personified person of interest, for an example, but there could be options here. And again, it doesn't need to necessarily be personified as a person, but there could be other subjective, personified persons, like a goal, an enterprise, a business, for an example, an investment. So anyhow, it looks like the clarifiers pointed me back here to say they made the choice to go toward the best choice, the best. And it looks like this one, according to the clarifiers, is appreciative. And that there is reciprocity, or there was success. And then also one of those where it said children points to the Empress being fruitful, and also she is fertile, so she is a mother as well. So children made a appearance there, giving a clarifier and some context to the Empress being here. Okay, so hopefully this reading has been helpful too. If nothing else, show some examples if you want to check it out. As the disclaimer says, don't take my word for it, but do your research, do your due diligence, and check it out. If you're pulling your own cards, this will give you an example of one method to do it. And let's see, one method to do it, and some card definitions to apply. Oh, okay. And so in just a moment, we'll move to the 12th house. So sometimes I start in the first house, and then the next time I come back, I'll start in the 12th house. Maybe I'll start in the middle, which is around the 7th house, and or the 6th house. Let's see. Here we go. Because I start to kind of fizzle out in my energy, and I don't have as much to give as I move towards the end of the reading, the end of the houses. So when I come back, I like to start in the 12th and then the 11th and etc. because it'll have more energy. I'll have more energy to read it. Sometimes even when I do that though, if the reading is straightforward, then and it doesn't require a lot of energy to read it, then I'll still progress as fast as I can. But I just said all that today to say there's a high likelihood next reading I'll start in the 12th house. Because I'm starting to fizzle out. But in a moment we'll move to the 12th house, and that let's see, that's Pisces house. All right, so again, hello in the chat. Hi everybody, thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel, and thank you for your greetings and your commentary in the chat. Okay. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Pisces, aka the 12th house. Mm. Well, let's see. Okay, well, let's see. I want to keep working on this one, but I also wanted to come back and talk about what's on the table so far. I'm trying to see, do I see mirroring? Okay, the reason why is, and I think I feel a little hint of it because when I say Pisces, it could be Pisces person of interest, uh, someone or something in Pisces energy, and vice versa. And so it's kind of hard to distinguish that. But I don't have strong indications that there's twin flame energy. There's not a hard yes or a hard no. So I'm going to go ahead and say Pisces. But keep in mind, it could be Pisces person of interest or someone in their energy. But okay, so Pisces. That's interesting. I'm left on a cliffhanger. I'm left on a cliffhanger. But it looks like Pisces is moving out of a toxic situation into a better situation. What's interesting though is that they're taking their pinnacle, the value with them, with that Knight of Pentacles, it looks like, into a tower moment. Into what looks like a tower moment. All right, so this could look very Piscean, like a schematic or a detail. What do you say? I'll say a schematic or a diagram energetically of seeing how Pisces pulls a rabbit out of their hat and how they flip negatives into positives. Because on the outside, it looks like they might have put some value into a tower moment, but on the inside, and for them, it looks like it's going to have potential to prosper and to be abundant. And it reminds me of what we were looking at in the 8th house with the moon energy. And it looked like we were in a garden. A proverbial garden and planting seeds. So the way that this looks here with the planting of the seeds and then leaving it, walking away, trusting in the process and leaving it there. Like these are the seeds planted for Pisces. This is its germination stage. You know, and this is the tower. So the tower moment could be described as a breakdown for a breakthrough. This is Pisces energy, and I've also coined it to be caught up in the spirit. The 12th house is the house that Pisces governs, caught up in the spirit, where epiphanies are had, the ability to think outside of the box, answers to questions that you've always wanted to have, suddenly having those answers, cutting edge technology, if I didn't mention that already. So a breakdown for a breakthrough. So the seeds could be planted right there. And only a Pisces would know, like, again, not only Pisces, and those on a need to know basis type energy, but I mean, it's very, Pisces energy is euphoric like that. It's on a subconscious level anyway. As a matter of fact, yeah, and that reading in the 8th house and that moon energy, all of the water signs were there. The 8th house is Scorpio, 12th house is Pisces, and the 4th house Cancer. So here, I was talking about the subtle attributes that materialize. So a Piscean energy, when I say where did the pentacles go? So they're moving from a toxic situation into a better situation. And there's their pentacles. Where did the pentacles go? It looks like they planted them right here. So like I said, this looks like it could be a schematic, because I'm always marveling at how Pisces flip their negatives into positives, and how Pisces pull rabbits out of their hat. So let's look at this a bit closer. So check it out. I feel like this is a schematic for the potential, showing me the intricacies of how Pisces does it and how nobody knows how they did that. Pisces, how did you do that? How do you keep on flipping negatives into positives? I feel like this schematic would say, because I see potential where others don't. I see potential where others don't. Because who would plant their seeds here? And then notice how it's up in the air. The seeds right here. And Pisces, it's interesting. It almost looks like, and they're looking back at their work here in this apprentice, with the faith that it's going to work out. Do you see that? Do you see what I see? Wow. For sure. Because look at the energy. Moving out of a toxic situation into a better situation, with the Knight of Pentacles following you and supporting you too. And the Knight of Pentacles is a slow moving energy. We keep on talking about it. When it shows up in your reading in the first position as a knight, it has momentum behind it, but it's something that you've been cultivating, that you've been working on for a while. So for it to show up here, there's a lot of intentions. And then, like I said, it looks like, to the naked eye for sure, that it's headed right into a tower moment. However, you have Pisces energy up there with the Hangman. And where's the pinnacle? Where are the seeds? Right there. Right here around the Hangman. Right here around the Six of Swords energy. So that's a potential. It kind of reminds me of a market, for an example, when the market drops low, that's a good time to buy, especially if you have faith that the commodity, that the stock, that the price is going to rise. Like today's price is not going to be tomorrow's price, potentially. But this is what this reading could say. Now, let's see. I am optimistic. I'm a very optimistic person. I like to look at the bright side in every situation, find the silver lining. So, that's one interpretation that I see. Let's see, though. The clarifiers will add additional context and see. Let's see what else can be seen. Let's see. Which deck do I want to use? All right. Now these clarifiers here, it kind of more so points to the visual that's on the table. It says, pay attention to the red flags. It also talks about finances and career. So I feel like the first storyline definitely, even with these clarifiers, it definitely still stands. So I'm definitely going to put a pin in that first reading as a complete interpretation, because especially here, But it does say pay attention to the red flags, and it talks about finances and career. Thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. I appreciate you so, so much. So, so much. So if it says pay attention to the red flags and it's pointing to finances and career, and it looks like there's the Knight of Pentacles, and it looks like it's rushing into a tower moment, you know, according to the naked eye, that would suggest, whoa, 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 hold this pony, hold the show. You know, that is a risky investment, and you might not want to put your investment there. Now again, and it's also been a running storyline that we have seen Pisces really going against the grain with full intentions. With Pisces, there was a divergence that we needed to make clear, and I still need to make clear that the storylines have been speaking to a refined Pisces in the collective. You know, that there are those that are refined Pisces. And also we have been looking at storylines for the unrefined Pisces. So even with that being stated too, without the clarifiers, I would have to say this looks like a refined Pisces energy. And this down here would look like it could resonate more with the unrefined Pisces energy headed in a direction of pay attention to the red flags. And also think about your finances and your career as you're headed into what looks like a very risky, that might be an understatement, situation. And it looks like, you know, in context is everything, because you could lose it all. Or the losses could be very severe. Now here, and how I said, we've been talking about and looking at a divergence of different refined Pisces and the unrefined Pisces, because up here, you see caution through and through. And you don't even see pentacles, you see swords. Swords represent intellect, knowledge, information, intelligence. And it's a suit that represents mentality. So you see them moving from a toxic situation into a better situation, caught up in the spirit. And they have cups. So they've manifested, they've multiplied their situation, where if there were lack before, you know, but we don't really even see lacks. Actually, they're moving away in this ship, and there's a bunch of swords there, so that's resources on their ships that's moving forward. So let's see here, the Six of Swords meets with the Seven of Cups. So this could be inspiration, you know, having the intellect, having the preparation meet opportunity, and then double down on the inspiration, the opportunity, the cup energy, the purification and everything that cups represent, because there's 6 swords and there's 7 cups here. You do that type of math. And then here, that's Pisces energy. So it's like they're moving from a toxic situation into a better situation, and it's their own energy. In a major arcana, the Hangman, described as the butterfly, a human form in a cocoon. The butterfly will emerge within divine timing. And we've been describing this Hangman energy as the one that brings the epiphanies, the ability to think outside of the box, where there's revolutionary, cutting-edge technology and masterpieces. You know, the type of masterpieces and cutting-edge technology that nobody's seen before. Again, with Pisces, pulling rabbits out of their hat. How did you do that, Pisces? Flipping negatives into positives. How did you do that, Pisces? Some Pisces might say, hey, it's to be sold, not told. But, you know, so you see the more refined Piscean energy here, where at the very least there's potential at the end of the day, as they're moving out of a toxic situation, moving into the state of the muse, as they explain, you know, epiphanies, revelations, dreams, and answers to questions that seemed impossible to have. All of a sudden it's elementary, all of a sudden it's common sense, it's so obvious. So there you have that. But on here with the clarifiers, there's a highlighted area of concern. You're looking at real tangibles here. Pentacles being clarified by pay attention to the red flags and pointing to finances and career, headed into a tower. And then you have this, and I like to call it the apprentice because I don't like using the word fool. You know, context is everything. But there's one translation. We're not done though. So let's see let's see how it works out. I'm curious. Also, we're looking at release your ex, and it says stay optimistic about your love life. So even in that there, right? Release your ex, stay optimistic about your love life. So even if what Pisces is focusing on, let's say it's not about love, let's say they are focused on their finances and their career, and they're focused on other material things that really matter. They're moving out of a toxic situation into a better situation. It looks and it suggests like they could have released something. And in that case, like I said, even in the Six of Swords, you can't say they're not abundant, that they left empty-handed. They are, their ship is full of swords. These are swords people, so they know how to handle that. That's resources for them. And also the Knight of Pentacles is following them. So, and it says stay optimistic about your love life. So if you've released your ex, if you've released something, you're moving forward with abundance still and potential as well. And so stay optimistic, right? Everything is not lost type energy. But let's see where let's see where we're going, because that even gives more context to the urgency of pay attention to the red flags. So pay attention to the red flags. Just in case, right? I don't know. I feel like just in case is probably an understatement too. I don't know. Can I emphasize this enough? This looks very urgent. I think that's why I'm stuck on it for a second. Pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention to the red flags. If you just got out of something. Let's see. If you just got out of something, don't jump out of the frying pan into the fire type energy. But let's see what goes on next. We'll keep working on it. Okay. All right, guys. Very, very interesting. Okay. All right. So now, as far as the translation that was talking about, you know, the dynamic, beautiful energy of Pisces and their ability to flip negatives into positives. And it's like, well, I think at one point I said, how did you do that, Pisces? And it was like Pisces, I said it in this video. I'm kind of, it was like, who would think to put their seeds right there? But it almost feels like for Pisces, this energy suggests it's a safe place. That's the safest place for me to put it. No one's going to look for it there. A breakdown for a breakthrough. for the Pisces, in some context is everything, is the perfect place for me to put it there. Nobody's going to look for it there. And yesterday's price is not going to be today's price. It's not going to be tomorrow's price. And remember, we were looking at the reading and it was like Pisces has faith in what it is that they're doing. Type energy. Anyhow, these clarifiers seem to support that. We're looking at children. They're getting to know each other with their person. Now, there is still that hint there. It says free yourself, but there's always that aspect of, am I freeing myself to the moment? Am I freeing myself to be all the way available for the potential that's on the horizon? When opportunity knocks, being prepared for it. But it does say free yourself. If it's like, no, knucklehead, I said free yourself. You deserve love. You deserve real, true love. You don't have to work this hard. You don't have to, maybe settle for less. Maybe you don't have to be pulling the bunnies out of your hat and flipping negatives into positives when it looks so stressed and forced. But there's something better. Is it saying that? How does it resonate for you? I try to be as objective as possible so that you guys can feel it out and see what is best for you. Let's see. So with that being said, you deserve love. Getting to know one another. As you get to know one another, or as you vet and as you pause there, as the highlighted area of concern suggests, pause. You're headed towards a tower moment. Think about it. As you're getting to know each other, keep in mind you deserve real, true, pure love. Free yourself. Children, is this truly the environment that you want to plant your seeds? I wasn't automatically picking up children, but if that is the case, I was more so thinking about resourceful and other material attributes that you might be thinking about planting. But it's possible, and only you know for sure what you need to do and what you want to do. And maybe the children are already in the situation. Then that would bring on another context. Not really sure. But the children card did make an appearance there. Let's see here. And it does say your love life is being affected by children, is what it says. I want to be light about that part because of the sensitive nature there, and also you're the best one to judge how that applies, if it does apply or not. Okay, but those were the clarifiers there. And again, I wanted to look at if there's more positive or negative, oracle cards. Make that assessment as well, independently. And then we'll move to our next position to clarify it. Okay. All right. So, let's see. All right. And there we go with more clarifiers. So, if you haven't seen the beginning of the reading, check that out, because that's where I feel like that reading is resonating here. And I feel like it's a very esoteric reading. But let's see here, where, I was looking at Pisces energy, looking like, hold up now. I feel like this is a schematic. It's a diagram. It's showing, it's given how does Pisces be flipping flip negatives into positives. How do they pull rabbits out of their hat, you know? So, especially because the clarifiers are so positive, honeymoon and confirming as well. Honeymoon, engagement, children, very soon. Very soon, decide what you want so that it comes to you now. So again, there's still that running red alert or yellow alert, orange alert that says, you know, be careful, be intentional, like look at the big picture. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Again, clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. But we're also looking at more intentional energy. It feels like honeymoon, engagement, children. However, clearly decide what you want. Here's the Seven of Cups. So, you know, typically that's describing emotional disorientation, not really sure, delusion, illusions. I feel like in the beginning of the reading, though, we were describing for Pisces. Pisces are able to see potential in all of these cups. And for a Pisces, there's a higher likelihood that it might appear from the outside looking in that they're being delusional and etc., etc. But for the Pisces, this could be very intentional seeds that they've planted. And then you can see here the figure here transformed from looking, you know, disoriented to looking very focused and intentional and magical. Oops. So that's what we have in this reading. And that's what's being described here. Pisces. So Pisces, I have a live stream coming up for you where we'll be going through the 12 houses and looking at your connections for each of those 12 houses. All right, so that is my next project I'll be working on for you guys. And that's what I have for now. This is what I have for now. So again, I just want to thank you very much for your support on the channel and on the video. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat. And I'll be back very soon. As soon as I can, I'll be back. I do want to take a moment to just pick up the cards here and silence, and then I'll close the video out very soon. Calling in your soulmate very soon. True love, engagement. Okay. Till next time, peace. Thank you all. We'll see you on the next one.